All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to the Late Show. Some of you have already been with me for the early show when I was presenting on Fears watches, and specifically the Fears Christopher Ward Alliance '01 watch. That is a collaboration supported, endorsed, and even made possible by the Alliance of British Watch and Clockmakers Association, which is an association that brings together about 75 different brands from the British Isles. Hey, St. Peter. Um, just going through some stuff. So I'll drop a link to that conversation, to that broadcast. Um, but more importantly, I wanted to do something different since we talked about watches earlier in the day a little bit, and we had a very specific topic. I thought we could chill together. I poured myself a drink, and I thought maybe we could do a watch along. Um, and of course, since it's someone else's content, I have to do it in a way where we do a lot of start stop and where I talk a lot, where I interrupt, every 10, 15 seconds or so. So we don't actually trample upon anything and stay within the limits of fair use. But I thought, first of all, Waco did a great job with that interview, with that retrospective. What's going on with this mic? Sorry, guys. Let's see if we... Can you hear me now? Can you hear me better? Okay. Right. So I was just saying, I thought Waco did a great job with that FP Journe retrospective, as he calls it, which is I think a 3-part or a 4-part interview with François Paul Journe, where they just sit down and talk about the trajectory of François Paul Journe's career and the watches he has met along the way and the challenges he faced, and also simply how he articulated his vision, his horological vision, step by step. I thought it's a great interview. I thought it was a very humanizing interview, because a lot of times from a distance, some of these characters may strike you a certain way, but when you actually, um, you know, learn about them from their own words, from their own account, it's entirely different. It's another story. So I want you guys to listen. Perhaps I'm already preaching to the choir, right? No one needs to show any sympathy to François Paul Journe. No one necessarily needs to humanize him. He's already very well recognized and mostly very well liked. But I thought this was just a different dimension, really, and I really appreciated it. So this will be a live stream to just chill and appreciate François Paul Journe and the great work Waco has done and the Revolution magazine have done in sitting him down for that interview, because I think look at this. Listen to this. So beautiful. I can't believe how some people hate on hand wound movements. beautiful watch. All right, so let's dive right in. This is the Revolution interview with François-Paul Journe, the FP Journe, a retrospective part 2. Part 1 came out, I think, a couple of months ago, maybe, and part 2 just a couple of days ago. So let's start with the part 1. Nice little intro there, the headquarters and the workshop.
Ça va, mon ami.
Merci.
Merci à vous d'être ici.
Non,
Raymond.
c'est un plaisir. En plus, c'est Genève ici.
Oui.
Je suis pas loin d'ici.
Oui. Et on peut passer un très bon moment en brasserie libre. Peut-être avec un peu de vin, mais pas trop. Pas...
They're funny. Let's just say they have a little more than just a little bit of wine.
Trop. Mais
C'est
en fait,
no spoilers though.
J'ai déjà une question que je veux vous poser à vous. Les 3 premiers tourbillons, je pense que le premier, il n'y a pas un remontoir d'égalité.
Non.
Mais le deuxième et le troisième, il y a.
Oui.
Et c'est qui vous inspiré de faire ce remontoir d'égalité?
Wine and dine the guy first, man. Wei asks the hardest question, the heaviest hitting question right at the beginning. You know, you made 3 tourbillon watches at first. Why does the first one not have remontoir and the other 2 have remontoir d'égalité? Can you please explain to me what put that idea in your mind?
Jane Quinn, ce grand collectionneur fou du XXe siècle.
So they start talking about that famous collector, and you will quickly hear the story unfold, and François-Paul Journe will tell the story of his relationship with Eugène Geschwind and the watch he ended up making for him. But this is really one of the most recognizable collectors, you know, especially when people want to talk about the old days. This is one name they most certainly always bring up. I think the gentleman was a dentist by profession. I could make some use of that, but in a sense, his life was mostly about watches, and chances are that he made more money in amassing that collection and cycling through certain watches than he ever did in a dentist's office, giving people root canals and whatnot.
Mais il était fou parce qu'il collectionnait tout. Hein. Il collectionnait même les sucres dans les bistrots. Hein.
Ah oui.
Ouais.
Incroyable.
This is this is actually very funny. I think we were talking about this a few days ago. If you're a collector and you collect watches, chances are that you have other collections, that you have other obsessions, that you collect other things. And FP Journe kind of casually says, hey, this guy was crazy. Fou was literally the word he used. And I know he used to collect from the restaurants that he goes to, you know, the sugar packets, right? Which may or may not have been branded, of course. I think that used to be a thing, you know, and I think some bars now go back to that they have matchboxes branded appropriately, so you can take one and make some use of it perhaps, but certainly at least keep a memory of that place and do some free advertisement for them. It makes sense. So Journe Geschwind was a dentist, a collector of watches, but of many other things too, which, according to François-Paul Journe, testifies to his obsessive mentality.
François, santé.
Santé. Merci, Wei, pour cette interview.
Merci à vous, François.
Pour ce bon vin. Et toujours présent. Je sais pas comment tu fais, t'as pas beaucoup de cheveux blancs.
This is the best thing about the average French person. They might end up molesting you a little bit eventually, but at least they know how to share these pleasantries at the beginning of the proceedings. So that was a nice compliment. You know, I don't know how you do it, but you don't have a single thread of white hair, and I am envious of that too. Wei looks good for his age, unlike me.
Pas sur ma tête.
As always, he cracks a dirty joke there. Good job.
François, vous avez raconté cette histoire extraordinaire de Dr. Schwinn.
Alors, Dr. Schwinn, c'était le plus grand collectionneur du XXe siècle. Il est mort en 90.
So one of the great, if not the greatest, collectors of the 20th century. He probably passed away, he says, F.P. Journe says, around 1993.
3 à peu près. Et il est fils de douanier, chirurgien dentiste, et il avait commencé à acheter des montres.
He was, I think, the son of a customs officer. He was a dentist.
Alors, il m'avait raconté cette histoire. Il m'avait dit, tu vois, j'ai acheté un jour une montre chez un bijoutier à Bâle. Oui, il habitait Bâle, pour 1 franc. Et puis, un jour, je l'ai montré à quelqu'un qui m'a proposé 12 francs.
It's that good old story. Apparently, when he was very young, he bought a watch for 1 franc in Basel, which is where he lived, and next day he turned to someone else who offered him 12 francs for the same watch.
Alors, ça a commencé à m'intéresser.
And you can see in his eyes even great gestures from F.P. Journe, that the eyes certainly open, right? For a young person to not double or triple his money, but somehow get 1100% on top of what they invested in. Suddenly things get interesting, right? Suddenly starts being interested. Hey, Mr. Skydweller, nice to see you, man.
Et c'est comme ça qu'il est devenu le plus grand collectionneur de montres 18e, 17e siècle et fin 16e.
And he suddenly became a very important collector of especially earlier watches, 17th, 18th century, and also later.
Ouais. Et donc, il a fabriqué le musée de la Chaux-de-Fonds, celui qui a vendu la tour de Babel, tous ces trucs.
So he's basically saying that most of what you will see, most of the core pieces anyways, of the museum in La Chaux-de-Fonds, the International Museum of Horology, came from his collection, came from the collection of Dr. Journe Geschwind.
Nemo, tout ça,
incroyable.
ça vient de lui. C'est lui qui a constitué la collection. Ensuite, il a constitué une partie de la collection du...
He also built most of the collection that today is displayed in Time Museum in
du Time
Rockford.
Museum
Oui.
à Rockford.
Oui.
That's in Illinois,
Ensuite,
which apparently says it closed in March 1999. I don't know. I've never been, so...
il a participé aussi au musée Patek Philippe,
Oui.
dès le début, parce que Philippe Stern cherchait à ce moment-là, il ne pensait pas faire un musée, mais il voulait acheter.
And inevitably, Eugène Geschwind was also involved with the Patek Philippe Museum too, because at some point when Philippe Stern was starting to build up his collection for the museum, he wanted to buy watches from the 16th and 17th century, and there was not many other people that he could go to, apparently.
Des montres du 16e ou du 17e,
Oui.
du 17e, peut-être début 18e, fabriquées à Genève.
OK.
And of course, Patek Philippe Museum has that particular focus not only on Patek Philippe watches, but Genevan watchmaking. So that was Philippe Stern's purpose, not only just any other watch from the 16th, 17th, and 18th century, but specifically watches made in Geneva at that time.
Et c'est comme ça que lui, il a commencé sa collection. Puis après, de fil en aiguille, c'est devenu ce musée fabuleux qui existe aujourd'hui.
Qui est extraordinaire, oui.
Voilà.
Ouais. Et c'est Dr. Schwinn qui a demandé pour un tourbillon avec un moment.
Voilà. Il m'a demandé, je ne savais pas pourquoi.
And it was in fact Dr. Geschwind who asked François-Paul Journe to put a remontoir d'égalité, to put a constant force mechanism in his tourbillon watch. So initially, apparently, FP Journe made a tourbillon watch, but it did not have that constant force mechanism. And it turns out now the story is unfolding that it was Dr. Geschwind, who was the most famous collector of the 20th century, who asked him.
Lui collectionnait les montres anciennes.
Oui.
Et puis, quand il me regardait faire ma première montre, il me disait un jour, il faut que tu me fasses une montre. Je disais,
and apparently before, long before F.P. Journe made a name for himself, Dr. Geschwind saw him at work trying to make his first watch, and he said, one day you have to make me a watch. And the young Journe was apparently puzzled. He doesn't even know how to make watches at that time. He's just trying.
non, je ne sais pas faire une montre encore, j'essaye de faire une montre. Et puis quand je suis arrivé à faire une montre, je lui ai dit, Eugène, son prénom, tu vois, maintenant j'ai réussi à faire une montre, je peux te faire une montre.
Oui.
And this, they just showed, and that's in and of itself, I think, great work in unearthing these kinds of things and weaving it into this narrative. This is the very first watch that F.P. Journe has made, and it's a tourbillon pocket watch that he showed to Dr. Geschwind to say, hey, I made my first watch. What do you think?
Alors, il m'a dit, j'aimerais bien avoir un tourbillon comme ça, mais avec un remontoir d'égalité.
OK.
Parce que
And this is apparently the watch that François Paul made for Eugène Geschwind, a tourbillon pocket watch with a constant force mechanism, namely remontoir d'égalité. So Geschwind says, yeah, make me a watch, but it needs to be a tourbillon with a constant force mechanism.
Georges Daniels venait de faire une montre avec remontoir d'égalité. Et
because apparently Georges Daniels, as F.P. Journe says, George Daniels had just made had just made Geschwind pocket watch, a tourbillon pocket watch with the remontoir d'égalité.
Et lui, il voulait donner une punition à Georges parce qu'ils étaient fâchés sur une affaire. Je n'ai jamais su exactement pourquoi.
For whatever reason, he had an account to settle with George Daniels, apparently. George Daniels made Dr. Geschwind angry about something. He doesn't know what. But apparently, that was the reason. He was asking this young, unknown, even unnamed watchmaker to make him a tourbillon pocket watch with remontoir d'égalité. And you can already see here how this watch is signed, of course, with the date, but also with that plate that says made for Dr. Journe Geschwind.
Je sais pas.
Et il m'a fait cacher mon nom, comme j'étais l'horloger masqué,
Oui.
avec une plaquette marquée fait pour le docteur Geschwind.
Okay.
So yeah, that was basically their agreement that he would remain unnamed on the face of the watch, and there would be a plate fait pour le docteur Geschwind.
OK.
Bon, on ne voyait pas mon nom. Donc après, il faisait voir cette montre à tous ses amis collectionneurs,
Oui.
sauf à Georges.
OK.
Then he showed off his watch to all all his collector friends, except for George Daniels. He didn't show the watch to George Daniels.
Ah oui.
Et après, Georges venait et tous les collectionneurs disaient: t'as vu la montre du docteur? Il dit: non, je l'ai pas vue. Et qui l'a faite? On ne sait pas.
So apparently, eventually, George Daniels was told by that group of collectors, did you see the doctor's new watch? And he's like, no, I didn't see it. Daniels asks, who made that watch? We don't know. We don't know because the name is hidden.
Incroyable.
Ça, c'était la punition de Eugène.
Incroyable.
And that was presumably Dr. Geschwind's way of punishing George Daniels for whatever unnameable wrong that he had committed as a watchmaker.
Vous savez vraiment pourquoi il est fâché avec lui?
Bon, sûrement pour une affaire de montre ancienne, un truc comme ça.
He really still doesn't know for sure why they had that beef, why they had that unresolved issue among them, but probably something that involves vintage watches, of course, as it happens. It's either watches or woman or man, who knows, whatever is your taste.
Incroyable. Et l'inspiration pour les remontoirs d'égalité, vous avez dit que vous avez vu un club.
Alors au moment où il m'a demandé ça, je commençais à chercher.
And what was the inspiration? Waco asks for the specific mechanism, right? Why the remontoir d'égalité as a constant force mechanism rather than, let's say, fusée and chain and whatever else.
Et puis, dans l'histoire des remontoirs d'égalité, tout est trop compliqué. Parce que ce sont des remontoirs qui doivent être figés. Tu sais, quand la réserve de marche descend, ça doit...
So he started doing his research. He found it a little bit too complicated, no pun intended, I suppose. And he's talking about all these quaint problems that come up when one is trying to make a remontoir d'égalité.
Il doit venir bloquer,
Oui.
Pour pas que le ressort intermédiaire se détende. Et ça, j'aimais pas ça. Et j'étais sec, je trouvais pas.
So for a while, he just came up short. He couldn't find a workable model, I suppose, that he could implement. So,
Et puis en allant remonter les pendules du Conservatoire national des arts et métiers,
and he was restoring clocks for the National Conservatory of Arts and Crafts,
Oui.
Je me suis arrêté sur un
Arts et Métiers.
petit régulateur de Lepote à poids. Donc ça, c'était pas tout à fait ce que j'ai fait.
And he saw a regulator with small weights, and he says that's not what I eventually implemented.
Mais quand j'ai vu ça, ça m'a inspiré tout de suite.
But the minute I saw that regulator with the weights, it inspired me immediately. So that's the inspiration.
Incroyable.
Et je suis rentré chez mon oncle, j'ai dessiné dans l'heure. Il arrivait pour déjeuner, on allait déjeuner, on a fait l'affaire.
And they hadn't spoken about it yet, but he goes back to his uncle's workshop, which is where he works, designs the whole thing, sketches it out, shows it to Dr. Geschwind, who had come back from lunch, and they make a deal.
Incroyable. Et pour vous, vous avez toujours dit que c'est très important d'avoir ce remontoir dans un tourbillon en particulier. Parce que le tourbillon, c'est lourd.
C'est lourd parce qu'on met beaucoup. C'est pour ça que Breguet, au départ, quand il a fait ses tourbillons,
oui,
il les a fait en 4 ou 5 minutes de rotation.
So it's particularly important, he says, to have this sort of constant force mechanism, to have this sort of device for the tourbillon, because tourbillon is heavy. And F.P. Journe starts reciting the history of the tourbillon, right? You know, when Breguet made his first tourbillons, they were completing their turn every 4 or 5 minutes.
Parce qu'il y a beaucoup moins de frottement.
Ah, ok. C'est grâce à ça.
Oui.
Ah, ok.
Ouais. Et après, bon, le tout premier, il l'avait fait en 1 minute, mais le brevet est 1 minute.
And when he finally made the tourbillon that had a 1-minute rotation, he immediately patented it.
Mais après, dans les séries tourbillons qu'il a fait, c'était en 4-5 minutes.
Incroyable.
Et moi, comme je voulais refaire en 1 minute, la seule façon d'avoir une friction constante,
oui,
c'est que la friction est toujours là.
And he wanted to make a 1-minute tourbillon, and the only way to have the force constant is to have the friction also ever present.
Mais elle ne varie pas en fonction de la baisse de la force du ressort. Donc la montre reste stable.
So it doesn't vary. So the friction doesn't vary in relation to the potential decrease of the mainspring's energy, and the accuracy of the watch thus remains stable.
Vous avez toujours décrit une tourbillon qu'un garçon avec un sac à dos avec des pierres dedans.
Ça, ouais.
Et quand la puissance de le ressort diminue, ouais, ça change beaucoup.
Ouais. Apparently, Way remembers that François Paul always describes the tourbillon with you know, young man who is carrying stones on his back in a backpack, and as he moves, as he continues to climb, he starts buckling down, so his energy is depleted, and you know, his accuracy, the control of his movements, etc., can start faltering, right? And that's a good description for the tourbillon, because again, it's a heavy mechanism, it's a power hungry mechanism, so in fact, the more the charge depletes, the more the mainspring's energy decreases, the accuracy and precision of a tourbillon can vary quite a bit.
C'est comme toi avec un sac, tu vas monter les escaliers, et puis t'as pas assez mangé, t'arrives au bout, t'as plus d'énergie.
Yeah, it's just like you know, if you put something on your back and climb the stairs and you didn't have something to eat, you didn't have anything to eat, so you don't have energy,
Et que,
Et tu montes plus à la même vitesse.
and you just can't continue climbing at the same speed, of course.
et que-
C'est la même chose.
et j'adore que maintenant que remonte-toi à égalité et maintenant aussi dans la résonance, dans le chronomètre optimum, c'est pour vous, c'est vraiment c'est vous qui apportez le remonte à égalité à l'horlogerie moderne.
And Wei says, of course, now in your lineup, chronomètre optimum, chronomètre à résonance, to have this remontoir d'égalité, and it's really you who brought this particular constant force mechanism to modern horology.
Ben, la première montre bracelet avec remontoir d'égalité, c'est moi qui l'ai faite.
And ever so humble, FP Journe says, yes, indeed, the very first wristwatch with this constant force mechanism was created by me. And there you see that very first wristwatch from 1991, which is Tourbillon. And you can see the main dial here. A peak of the remontoir, and at 12 o'clock you have the power reserve.
En 1991,
Oui.
que j'avais présenté à Bâle.
Ah oui.
Mais c'était trop tôt, tous les gens regardaient ça. C'est une espèce d'usine à gaz. Et les gens regardaient ça et disaient, mais c'est toi qui as fait ça? Ah bon?
And he apparently presented this watch in the Basel Fair in 1991, and people were looking at it. You know, is it you who did that? Well, okay.
Ils ne comprenaient pas, c'était trop tôt.
Ah oui.
Il a fallu attendre 5 ans pour que les gens comprennent.
And again, ever so humble, he says it was too early for them. They didn't understand it. It took them about 5 years to appreciate it.
Ah oui.
C'est pour ça que je l'ai présenté à Bâle, je l'ai remis à mon bras. Et puis voilà.
So I put it back on my wrist and I came back from Basel. And that was it.
Quand vous avez vu le deux tourbillons de Cecil Clutton, un de Breguet
Ouais.
de 1823 et un de George.
Je pense
Now they're talking about another collector. I think the name is Cecil Clutton, who had at him, for the most part, 2 tourbillon watches, one from Breguet and one from George Daniels.
qu'indirectement, moi j'étais à l'école d'horloger, je travaillais l'après-midi pour gagner 2 sous chez mon oncle, à nettoyer des comptoises ou des pendules comme ça. Et puis, il y avait, on l'appelait Sam, sur Cloton, on l'appelait Cécile Cloton. Son nom je veux dire, familier, c'était Sam.
I don't know why, but apparently this particular collector, Cecil Clutton, who used to come by his uncle's workshop, where they repaired and cleaned mostly clocks, pocket watches, etc., was called Sam. His nickname was Sam.
Sam, ok.
Je sais pas pourquoi, mais
Sir Sam.
Sam. Et lui, c'était un esthète. Alors lui, il avait des Bugatti, il faisait des courses de Bugatti,
Wow.
il venait jouer de l'orgue à Notre-Dame, et il faisait des collections d'horlogerie.
Incroyable.
Et lorsqu'il venait, il avait toujours dans sa poche une montre de Georges.
And apparently, you know, this is a guy, I guess we always idolize, somehow larger than life. You know, he had the Bugattis and he raced them, and he played the organ at the Notre Dame Cathedral. And when he came by to the shop, he always had a pocket watch from George Daniels in his pocket.
dans son gilet, et dans l'autre, une montre de Breguet.
Well, dans son gilet, so apparently in his waistcoat, he had one pocket had a George Daniels watch, one pocket had a Breguet watch.
Enfin, une vraie.
Incroyable.
Et je pense que moi j'avais, 17 ans, quelque chose comme ça. Donc je pense que le verre est rentré dans ma tête à ce moment-là.
Ouais.
Bon, je l'ai vu plusieurs fois, hein, c'est pas qu'une fois.
Ouais.
And that's when he was bitten by that bug, from seeing, time and again these particular watches, these pocket watches by Breguet and George Daniels in Sam's collection.
Mais quand vous avez vu les tourbillons, vous avez en fait l'inspiration d'avoir un tourbillon. Mais pour avoir un tourbillon, il faut créer une. Et pour créer une, il faut lire le livre de George Daniels.
Ouais, c'est ça, parce que j'avais pas d'argent.
Ouais.
J'avais pas d'argent. Yes, so he wanted to have a tourbillon from seeing those two tourbillon pocket watches by Daniels and Breguet. He wanted one, but he couldn't get one. He didn't have the money, so he had to make himself one.
J'avais jamais eu un tourbillon de ma vie, à part comme ça, mais j'ai pas analysé comment ça fonctionnait. Enfin, j'avais vu celui de Georges, puis je trouvais ça fantastique, en rotation.
This is George Daniels pocket watch chronometer with 1 minute tourbillon with and an Earnshaw spring détente escapement made for Edward Hornby in 1971. So just a similar watch, but François Paul was talking about how he, of course, saw these watches like that and appreciated them and admired them, but he never really had a chance to study them closely to really see how they worked.
Surtout les échappements à détente comme ça qui donnent un tourbillon, un à-coup comme ça qui est beaucoup plus beau que dans les échappements à encre. Oui.
That's spring détente escapement that they're zooming in on there, and he says that gives it just a nicer kick to the rotation.
Donc je me suis dit, si je veux une montre comme ça, il va falloir que je la fasse moi-même. Et j'ai commencé à étudier dans le livre, dans The Art of Breguet de Georges.
Well, he decided that if he wants to have something like that, he has to make one himself, and he started studying the whole thing. And the book he went for was The Art of Breguet by none other than George Daniels himself.
Avec les dessins de David Penet, pour essayer de comprendre mécaniquement comment ça fonctionnait.
Oui.
Et puis après, j'ai dessiné, puis j'ai pris Watchmaker de Georges. Ouais. Et puis j'ai regardé comment fabriquer une pièce.
Of course, The Art of Breguet has very helpful illustrations. So he started studying the architecture, making the sketches himself. And then he went out and bought George Daniels's watchmaking book to really learn how to make this stuff, how to make the parts.
On fabriquait des pièces à l'école, chez mon oncle aussi, mais ouais. Je regardais toujours si Georges avait des méthodes plus raffinées.
Ouais.
Because he was going to school, to the horological school, to the watchmaking school at the time, but he thought that probably George Daniels has more refined and advanced ways of doing these things, so some sort of secret. So he wanted to learn it from his writing, from his methods.
Yeah, well, sûrement. Ouais.
And Waikos says, did he really have something special? Of of course.
Je me souviens plus exactement, mais sûrement.
I don't remember anymore exactly, but certainly he did have something special.
L'idée de la personne qui a créé ces 2 livres, qui a vous aidé à créer votre premier tourbillon, quand cette personne a dire à vous.
Non, mais il a toujours été là parce que premier choc, quand j'ai vu sa montre avec Sam. Deuxième choc, quand j'ai voulu commencer, ma seule source c'était The Art of Breguet, donc, et puis moi le livre The Art of Breguet, c'était vraiment le choc.
And of course, you know, this is in many ways the origin story, right? You know, stars couldn't have aligned better. It couldn't have been written better as a Hollywood script. This is really the 2 lasting sources, the 2 primal founts of F.P. Journe's inspiration, of course. Abraham Louis Breguet and George Daniels, and in a way you can say it's really about how George Daniels inherited Breguet for the 20th century that inspired F.P. Journe in a certain way, and that propelled him forward in a very specific way.
Construit, j'ai compris l'œuvre de Breguet, et puis après c'était quand Schwind m'a dit fais un tour, après que je fasse mon premier, fais un tourbillon, on va punir. Enfin, moi je savais pas qu'il punissait Georges.
And of course he feels this sort of affinity, you know, beyond these coincidences to, you know, to the work of Breguet that he thinks he understands, and of course also to George Daniels, with whom he actually builds over the years later on a very amicable sort of you know, distant master-disciple relationship.
Ouais. C'était pas dans... Il me l'avait pas dit. Alors tout d'un coup, tu vois, en quelques niveaux, je suis monté vite.
And he says for the first few steps, for the first few levels, I progressed really fast.
Dans un milieu très fermé qui était le milieu des collectionneurs de cette époque, où je parlais avec un ami à l'époque où je faisais ma 2e ou 3e montre.
Ouais.
Je disais, je connais peut-être 10 clients dans le monde, dans 10 ans, j'aurai plus de travail.
And he's saying at that time it was a very insular community. You know, he knew maybe 10, a dozen different collectors. It was a very tight and close-knit, perhaps, community. And he was telling a friend of his when he was making his first few watches, you know, there are about 10 collectors. So I might be out of a job in about a decade.
Donc ça a changé quand même.
Ah oui, pas mal quand même.
And that changed a little bit, and that's not necessarily for the worse, he says.
Quand la personne, Georges, qui est toujours dans votre vie un peu, a disait à vous, François Paul, maintenant vous êtes le meilleur.
Bah, il l'a dit comme ça, hein, devant. Il n'a pas fait un discours.
Ouais.
C'était juste, il m'a dit non, c'est toi le meilleur maintenant. Hein.
Mais est-ce que ça vous touche?
Ah bah un peu, oui.
And Waco is reminding François Paul Journe that at a certain moment, George Daniels came out and said that you are the best now, and F.P. Journe basically corrects him and says, well, you know, it's not like he gave a whole speech, you know, he just told me in confidence, you know, it's not like he made it public. And Waco says, does that chafe you a little bit? Is that a little hurtful? And he says, yeah, you know, a little.
Surtout qu'ils me le disent à moi de manière cachée, ça va. S'il est dit devant témoin, c'est encore mieux.
He says, of course, it's great. He told me in confidence, but if he said it in public in front of an audience, that would have been even better.
C'est extraordinaire ça. Ouais.
Et je me rappelle une fois à Bâle, quand j'avais amené ma montre, première fois que j'ai exposé à Bâle.
Pardon me, and that's a pose of the famous people in AHCI, Academy of Independent Horological Creators, the Academy of Independence. That's still, of course, central. I'm sure you can recognize some of the faces. I won't bore you with everyone, but you can see a young François Paul right there exhibiting for the first time in Basel, and George Daniels is right there as well.
Il y avait toujours un peu de la jalousie, mais enfin, tu vois, des petits trucs.
And he says, when I first exhibited in Basel, I felt like there was a little bit of jealousy, these little things.
J'arrive, je lui fais voir ma montre, et puis je lui dis, tiens, tu veux la voir? Il la prend comme ça, il la tourne, il fait comme ça, et il me la.
And the first watch I exhibited in Basel, I asked, would you like to take a look? And he took it, and he looked, and he turned it around and just gave it back to me.
Ah non.
Ouais. Je la mets dans la vitrine.
Oui.
Et 3-4 jours après, il me dit, François Paul.
And then I put the watch back into the case. A few days later.
Tu peux me refaire voir la montre?
Ah non.
Alors là, il a sorti la loupe, il a pris la montre et il est resté 20 minutes devant.
And a few days later, again, George Daniels came back and said, François Paul, can I see that watch again? And this time he took out his loupe and he stayed for about 20 minutes and really examined the watch.
Tranquillement.
Incroyable.
Mais la première fois, il a fait ah.
Incroyable.
Parce que quand j'ai.
And that was the first episode, guys. I will take a little break, and I will continue with the second episode right away. I just wanna grab some water, freshen up, and I will be right back. Feel free to write your comments or requests in the chat. If you want to support the channel, you know how. I'll post the links there once again. And in either case, feel free to just, ask questions, interject. If you have any other requests, if you want me to do something else in the meanwhile before I shift gears into the second part of the interview, second part of the Revolution interview with François Paul Journe. That's a retrospective that goes through his career trajectory and talks about the watches that he made along the way. Feel free. Okay, I'm back. I wanted to do a little bit of something different today, and we're watching together the recent interview that Waco of Revolution magazine and The Rake has conducted with François-Paul Journe. It's a retrospective that traces the trajectory of F.B. Journe's career, talking about the watches he has made and the people he has met along the way. The first episode that we just watched together, and you can rewind back and look at it later, was very much an origin story. It was talking about the young François Paul toiling away in his uncle's workshop while he was still completing watchmaking school, and it was about how he inherited from Breguet and Daniels. It was also about how he was inspired by a very small, insular but close-knit, tight-knit community of collectors, and how he came to make his first tourbillon watch with Remontoir d'Égalité, who was incidentally for Dr. Eugène Geschwind, who was one of the most famous collectors of the 20th century and who also patronized George Daniels as well. So let's look at the second episode.
En 94, vous avez commencé à travailler sur la résonance.
Non, en 83.
83, ok.
So basically, Wei asks, in 1994, you started working on the resonance, on résonance. And François Paul says, no, in 1983, in fact.
Okay. Montre de poche.
Montre de poche.
Ouais.
And initially, that was a pocket watch.
Mais à ce moment, le premier essai ne marche pas.
And this is the prototype of that pocket watch from 1983, that first chronomètre résonance. And Waco says, I think the first attempt didn't actually work out. It did not work.
Alors j'ai fait plein d'essais, je me suis emmerdé pendant 1 an et demi.
Oui.
Et puis, mais le problème, c'était pas ce que j'ai fait, mais c'est la manière dont je l'ai fait.
Oui.
And I did make many attempts and didn't work, but it wasn't necessarily what I did, but how I went about it that was perhaps mistaken, that was perhaps wrong.
Parce que j'ai fait à l'ancienne avec des échappements à détente-ressort.
Ah, ok.
Et les échappements à détente-ressort, c'est très bien, mais il faudrait qu'ils soient rigoureusement les mêmes, ce qui est très difficile à faire des lames de métal à la main, surtout, qui sont...
He's talking about a particular kind of escapement, and he says, when I'm making these two escapements and both by hand, I have to get them exactly right. I have to make them exactly alike, and I couldn't really do that. It was very hard to make them the same.
Ouais.
Maintenant, avec le fil, ça va mieux, mais à la main, c'est un peu...
Maybe now when you use wire to make them, okay, but when I used to make them by hand, I just couldn't get it right.
Et donc, il y avait des différences, et puis je pense que même dans les engrenages, il y avait des menées qui n'étaient pas assez bonnes.
Ouais.
Alors ça a marché, puis d'un coup ça marchait plus, puis après
oui.
ça a marché. Ouais,
c'est à cause de l'échappement de
une partie des choses.
Et pour
So the escapements were the problem, and yeah, I mean that was part of the problem.
Vraiment de faire de réussir avec les résonances. Est-ce que c'est une question de proximité de le balancier, parce que je sais il y a une pente au droite qu'on peut bouger un peu.
And he says the achievement of Waco says the achievement of the resonance is one of proximity, because you cannot get it too close or too far.
Ouais, ça c'était pour trouver le point le meilleur. Je me suis aperçu que s'ils étaient trop près, il y avait un coussin d'air qui se mettait entre les deux, que ça perturbait.
When you to understand what they are saying, just to roll back to that prototype of the first pocket watch, they're talking about the proximity of these two balance wheels, right? If they are too close to each other, they would disrupt each other. And if they are too far away, they won't resonate, right? They won't regulate each other properly. So you have to get it exactly right.
Perturbé.
Ouais.
Alors, s'ils sont un peu trop loin, bon, j'avais pas une course énorme non plus.
Oui.
Donc, dans la première montre résonance, l'espace entre les deux balanciers, c'était environ 0,4 mm. Wow.
The very first wristwatch that I made, the very first chronometre resonance that I made, the distance between the two balance wheels was like 0.4 millimeter.
Un demi-millimètre. Ouais. C'est ce qui fonctionnait le mieux.
Ah, ok.
Ouais.
Extraordinaire.
And that's how it worked best.
Après, dans la nouvelle, dans celle-ci, j'ai laissé un peu plus de place. Et comme elles ont deux remontoirs d'égalité, on n'a pas les différences qu'on peut avoir dans la première.
Oui.
Puisqu'on a la stabilité de la puissance.
And in the new one, especially since I have the remontoir now, I place them a little apart because it matters less now with the remontoir that keeps them stable.
Toujours.
Ah, extraordinaire. Et quand George Daniels a vu la résonance,
la première,
oui,
il voulait l'acheter.
Incroyable.
When George Daniels saw the very first chronometre resonance, FP Journe says he wanted to buy it. He wanted to buy it. He wanted to purchase it.
Il voulait l'acheter, puis moi je lui ai dit non, tu vas pas acheter une montre, on fait un échange.
Oui.
And François Paul said, no, you can't buy the watch. We'll do an exchange. You give me a watch of yours, I give you the résonance.
Et puis je l'ai négligé pendant 3 ans, puis après que je lui ai envoyé un mot pour Noël, je lui ai dit bon Georges, je suis prêt, je viens te voir dans l'île de Man.
And I kind of neglected him for 3 years, and then I wrote him a Christmas card saying, hey, I'm coming, I want to see you in Isle of Man.
On fait l'échange. Ouais. Il m'a envoyé un courrier en me disant écoute, je suis trop vieux, je travaille plus. Roger Smith m'a quitté, il a fait son atelier.
Pardon me. So he writes, Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas. I'm coming to Isle of Man, and we can do the exchange. And George Daniels writes back to him saying, I'm too old now. I don't work anymore. And Roger Smith actually left and, left to establish his own workshop. So.
Alors, je sais pas comment je peux te faire une montre.
So I don't know how I would make you a watch.
Incroyable. Et j'ai attendu 2010 pour lui en offrir une.
Oui, mais il a dit que vous avez beaucoup de courage pour faire
Oui,
ça.
c'est ça. Ouais.
Mais ça, c'est extraordinaire. Et finalement, quand vous avez ces soirées, quand vous avez présenté à lui
Ouais.
un chronomètre souverain.
And there's that night, he says, where you had the occasion to present him later, that chronomètre souverain. And this was a watch, as you might know, that was sold already a couple of times in the last 2 years. I think it was sold by Christie's, I want to say in Hong Kong in 2021, and just last year in the fall it sold again. I think this time by Philips in Geneva. We can go back and fact check that, but this was the chronomètre souverain that Journe presented to Daniels, and it's actually accompanied by a letter, and it is inscribed on the bridge for George Daniels.
Oui.
Je pense qu'il disait, c'est pas moi maintenant, François Paul.
Non, c'était pas ce jour-là. Ça, c'était.
Yeah, that's what it says. FP to George Daniels, my mentor, 2010.
Quand il y a eu la rétrospective de son œuvre chez Sotheby's à Londres pour ses 70 ans.
Oui.
It was a retrospective of his work, of George Daniels's work at Sotheby's in London in 2010.
Euh, 70 ou 80, c'est une bonne question, je ne me rappelle plus.
And he's saying, I don't remember how old he was, I think 70 or 80, but I think in fact George Daniels probably was more like 85 when it was 2010. But you can double check on that. Someone should, Bobby, Google it.
Il a fait un speech comme ça, où personne ne comprenait rien à ce qu'il disait, même les Anglais.
He gave a speech and no one really could understand what he was saying. Even the English couldn't understand what he was saying.
En particulier les Anglais.
Ooh, that's a zinger from Way. It says, like, you know, especially the English wouldn't understand what he had to say, which I don't know what he's trying to say there.
Et puis, il est sorti, il était entouré de 2-3 personnes, dont une journaliste.
Oui.
Et il m'a dit, je lui ai dit, je te félicite, Georges, tu es vraiment mon maître et mon père spirituel.
And there were a couple of people around him, a journalist, etc. So I told him, you know, that George, you are my master, you are my spiritual father, and whatever else.
Et il me dit, non, c'est toi maintenant le meilleur. Non, je lui ai dit, t'es le meilleur. Il me dit, non, c'est toi le meilleur maintenant.
And he says, no, you are the best. Oh, he says, no, I told him, you know, you are my master, you're my spiritual father, you're the best. And he says, in response to that, he said, no, you are the best now. Tu es le meilleur maintenant.
Ah, bah, incroyable.
J'ai dit, bon, ok, on va essayer de faire attention.
I said, okay, well, now I have to be really careful. You know, because it's that's a charge, right? To, you know, again, of course, to his face, he can be maybe a little too bombastic, maybe a little too enthused in his compliments, etc. But it is actually well meant, and he really means every word of it, because he has just told us his story in the first part, especially how he aspired to make watches like Breguet, like George Daniels, at his very young age. So it's not like he doesn't mean it when he says, "Hey, you are, my master. You are the one who taught me this. You are my spiritual father. You are the best." So he does mean it, but it must still be very heavy. It's a burden when someone whom you respect like that says, "Hey, you are the man now. You are the future."
Ben, je pense qu'il disait la vérité. Hein.
Ouais, mais il n'avait pas vu encore tout ce que j'ai fait depuis.
Ah,
Waco says in compliment, yeah, I mean, he was just telling you the truth. And if Bejon says, well, he didn't really see what I did afterwards. So he's basically saying I became even better, which is, again, great. I like it. That's the thing. I think it's actually incredibly charming when someone might be a little too self-confident. You might say he's a little too high on himself. He has maybe a little too much self-esteem. Well, if it's well placed, right, if it's proportionate to his actual achievements, I think that can be very charming, very welcome. I find it much more refreshing than the fake humility that I despise so much. So, cheers to Monsieur Journe, who certainly doesn't suffer from fake humility whatsoever.
Cool, oui, absolument. Je sais que vous avez, parce que je pense que...
Parce que c'était au moins il y a 15 ans cette affaire.
Oh.
Et...
Yeah, it's been almost 13 years now, right, since they had that conversation. So he has come a long way in that dozen years or more.
Et depuis 15 ans, j'en ai fait pas mal. Hein.
Ouais. Et quoi et je pense que vous avez une ligne que j'adore, qui est rigolo, mais c'est vrai en fait. Et quand, je pense que c'est William Messina à vous demander pourquoi vous avez créé votre marque.
And he says, I have this line from you. I have this thing that you said. I think I heard it from William Messina, who is a famous collector, of course, who now has his own watch brand, Messina Lab, which does collaborations, of course, with a lot of other micro brands and independents. And apparently, William Messina asked one day to François-Paul Journe, why did you create your own brand?
Vous avez dit, j'ai dit en anglais parce que je ne sais pas on dit en français, I'm tired of giving caviar to swine.
He says, well, you said this, and I'm, I don't know how I would be able to say this in French, so I'm just going to share it in English. I'm tired of giving caviar to swine.
Oui, c'est vrai. Parce que j'ai travaillé depuis 1989, non, 88.
So it's true because for a long time.
Non, même plus, 86.
From 86.
86, quand je faisais les premières pendules sympathiques pour John Asprey.
Oui.
From 86 to all this time, I worked for these other people. I made all these things for major brands. For example, the Sympathique clock for Asprey in London.
pour le sultan de Brunei et pour le sultan d'Oman.
For the Sultan of Brunei and the Sultan of Oman.
Oui.
Ensuite, on a fait Pendu sympathique pour Breguet.
Oui.
Après, j'ai fait plein de trucs avec THA, puis après, j'en ai fait d'autres.
And I made 2 of those clocks, the sympathique clocks for Breguet as well.
Avec Cartier, sans THA.
Oui.
And as we talked about it on this channel, he also collaborated with Denis Flageolet and Vianney Alter later in Technique Horlogère Appliquée, this THA that produced calibers, most famously for Cartier in their recreation of that 20s masterpiece, the Tortue monopoussoir, the monopusher chronograph that they revived as part of their Cartier Paris private collection, CP.
Pour Piaget, et je me suis aperçu que...
And there you go. This is also something he made for Piaget, namely the Grande Sonnerie that he developed. The caliber.
On était incapable de leur faire un beau design parce qu'ils voulaient faire une house design.
Oui.
Et puis, qu'on n'avait aucune maîtrise de leur stratégie.
And he says the problem was they had in-house designers, so we didn't have any control over the design or their strategy or their marketing strategy.
Donc, tu pouvais investir sur un mouvement, le faire, puis il y a quelqu'un, un chef de projet qui dit finalement on va pas le faire, ou on va le faire, mais au lieu de faire 100 exemplaires, on va en faire 20.
Maybe he would ask from me to design a movement, this project manager they had, and finally they would decide not to actually make that project, or they would make the project and promise 100 examples and at the end make only 20. Oh, I have Aiden in the background. Aiden, my man, how are you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? I just saw you were doing some watching some watch stuff, and just gonna pop on and enjoy some watches.
Thank you, man. I wanted to do something different since I had another stream earlier in the day to talk about the new release, Fears and Christopher Ward Alliance 01, that Jump Hour watch that they are going to sell in 50 examples, and it's coming out on Friday. I said we do something different. Let's have a watch along. Wei co-did this wonderful interview, a retrospective with François-Paul Journe. So I was just, listening to the interview, stopping every so often and talking about what they're saying and translating and just enjoying myself, enjoying wine as they do. How are you doing?
Yeah, sounds good, man. Sounds good. Don't let me derail you though. Don't let me derail what you got going on here. I'm happy to watch or just do whatever. I don't want to derail the show.
No worries. Sit back and it's good to have someone else in the panel as well. That's always something that I like, going back and forth, but I think the audience always enjoys that too. And all I'm doing, again, I don't know how long you have been watching, because I know you were at Nick's earlier. So yeah, all I do is I basically click, we listen to 10, 15 seconds, and then I translate and comment. So if you have something to add, or something to ask, feel free to just jump in.
Yeah, sounds good. Plus, I'm here just to learn. You know, I saw FP Journe, and I see you talking about all kinds of watches that I really don't know about. So, I like to learn.
Great, man. That's my favorite kind of audience.
Donc j'étais toujours à la merci. Je leur faisais des belles choses, mais après je dis je vais les faire pour moi parce que au moins je sais où je vais.
So now you caught me right at the point where he's talking about the reason behind creating his own brand, right? Waco opened this segment by saying, "Hey, I heard from William Messina, this collector and the man behind the Messina Lab brand today, saying that you decided to make your own brand because you were tired of feeding caviar to the swine." So F. Bejon started talking about his trajectory story of making all these very special clocks and watches for Asprey, for Breguet, for Piaget, for Cartier. But at the end of the day, he's saying, I was doing all these things, but I had very little input in terms of the design. I had certainly no control over how they were produced and marketed. They would make me certain promises, to produce, let's say, 100 examples, but at the end, they would not do anything, or maybe they would put out 20 examples, and that would be it. And ultimately, now he was. You see how I distract myself. Now he's saying basically that. All right, wait, let me listen.
J'étais toujours à la merci. Je leur faisais des belles choses, mais après je dis je vais les faire pour moi parce que au moins je sais où je vais.
Right, I was always at the mercy of, at the behest of someone else, and yeah, I had the chance to, I had the occasion to make these beautiful things, but I made them for others. I want to make them for myself. At least I know where I'm going.
Moi j'ai un visuel, alors que là on leur donnait les belles choses et puis ils n'en faisaient rien.
At least I have the vision, right? I gave them all these beautiful things and they didn't do anything with them.
Ouais.
C'est comme la vagabondage. La vagabondage était faite pour Cartier au départ.
Ah oui, je sais pas.
Ouais.
That's a beautiful part. So, of all things, he's not just sounding bitter. He has particular experiences in mind. So, earlier when I was talking about the Jump Hour watch, in the early show, I brought up the example of F. Bergeon's Vagabondage. This is the watch. Let's put that on for a second. That's the watch he's talking about now. This is his Jump Hour piece that he made in, pink gold, platinum, and platinum with baguette diamonds there on the bezel and the lugs. And it's a very unique, beautiful thing. I mean, it's in that cushion case, and it has the hour, of course, here. And this double opening is actually the running seconds. So those change every second, Zayden. It's quite marvelous, actually, to look at it, and the minute is pointed around the center of dial on this track.
Wow. Wow. I've never seen anything like it.
Let me see, actually, now that we are showing other videos and commenting on them, we can do this too. think. Yeah, let's choose our favorite friend. Oh no, this is not it. But that's a great one too. Tim Masso. You see how? So that's the running seconds, which goes there, and then that's the minute hand, and that's the jumping hour. Of course, there you have the power reserve, which is roughly at 2:00, let's say.
What's the ballpark? How much does this thing cost, ballpark?
I think it's like in platinum, it's like 60K, or I think in pink gold maybe 58, and that's the list price. If you can get it at list, I think that's roughly the price. Probably more expensive now. I think FP Journe is one of those brands that really know where they stand in the market, so they have increased their list prices quite significantly in the last years. But yeah, let's say at least 60,000.
The first thing that comes to mind when I see movement or something like that is how long does this movement last before it needs service?
That's always a great question. And again, I'm not sure if what they charge is at the level of Patek, Breguet, or Audemars Piguet, but I'm gonna guess it's not that far off. Hey, how are you doing, man?
Hello. YB
Nice to see you.
Aiden, how are you guys doing this evening?
Good. You have been here from the beginning, so I don't have to explain to you what I was trying to do.
Right. No, I once you pulled up the Vagabondage 3, I was like, oh man, I got to get in on this action.
Yeah, yeah, man. I mean, it's like as I said, it's it's like porn. There's something that's extremely provocative about just seeing a good watch move through time, through space. But yeah, that's the tidbit that we are just learning here in this part of the interview. Sorry, I have to clutch at my pearls and get really excited. The Vagabondage was actually made for Cartier for the first time.
So cool.
And they didn't take it. They didn't take it.
Can you imagine that would be like a Cartier icon now if they did take it? I know, with that tonneau shape.
Especially look.
C'est comme la Vagabondage. La Vagabondage était faite pour Cartier au départ.
Ah oui, je sais pas.
Ouais.
Ah ouais, extraordinaire.
C'est pour ça qu'elle était tortue.
C'est pour ça il était tortu. So he says I made it in that case shape, in the tortue case shape, because it was made for Cartier. So it's that's exactly the point, St. Peter. He that case shape is now so appreciated. Maybe not at that time, but imagine the different lives that it could have led as a Cartier icon. And you know how Max Busser's Opus project with FP Journe is trending these days, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So,
and just to comment on Jeffrey Blue there, I totally agree. I think those Vagabondage, and I think the 3 in particular, I mean, those things are very, very difficult to find. I believe they made them in 2 metals, maybe 3. YB, I don't know if you remember, but like I was giddy that night that I texted you. I went to like a live watch event, and I met that like pretty serious collector who I had been following on Instagram, and we just happened to sit next to each other. Well, look, 3 seats down. So not only was this person who I just happened to sit next to, who I had been following on Instagram forever, the next person over I also had been following. So there were these like just super collectors I just happened to sit next to, and I knew their collections. I knew all this stuff. And then the third person down, I didn't know who it was, but I just glanced over at their wrist, and they had a Rose Vagabondage 3. It was immediately recognizable to me from like 6 feet away. and it was like a holy shit. Like, it's just one of those moments when you see those in the wild. Of course, it was a watch event, but like even still, you see it and you're like, wow, like that guy's serious.
So yeah, it was made apparently in 68 examples in pink gold, 69 in platinum, and 10 in platinum with those baguette diamonds around the bezel and on the lugs. So yeah, I mean, long sold out, and like Jeff Blue is saying, probably more like $250,000 than 60. But I think 60 was the list price for the platinum when it came out. But then again, I think Chronomètre Bleu is like 30 or something in list price. But try getting close to one at that price point anytime soon.
But yeah. Does this show like FP Journe and how he came to be and stuff like that, or what is this?
Yeah, I just went through the first part of the interview, which talks about the time he spent, finishing watchmaking school and working in the afternoons at his uncle's workshop, and the couple of collectors whom he met there who inspired him, and especially the Breguet and George Daniels watches that he came across with those tourbillons that really, really kind of ignited his interest, because he wanted one, and obviously he couldn't get one because he didn't have the money, so he had to make one himself. He started studying especially George Daniels's books, through The Art of Breguet, the watchmaking book, because he was learning these methods in the school, but he thought, and rightly so, that Daniels would have some special tricks, and things go from there. So the first part was the origin story, and the second part, they have talked about the resonance watches. So the first part, they mostly talked about his tourbillon watches and the remontoir d'égalité, the constant force mechanism, that basically addresses the problem, Aidan, in a very quick way. That's when the mainspring of a watch, right, decreases in energy, you have the problem of accuracy and precision, right?
Yes.
So a constant force mechanism regulates that energy, keeps it stable, so that the watch runs at the same level of accuracy and precision throughout. So that was the watches and concept that they talked about in the first part. The second part, they talked about the resonance, and now they are going through the period of F.P. Journe's career when he worked for other companies, and why and how he decided to start his own company.
Yeah, and which one is one of those guys? FP Journe?
Yes, the older one, the guy on our left in the white shirt is François Paul Journe, and the guy on the right is the founder of the Rake magazine and Revolution Watch magazine, and collector himself, Wei Ko.
Yeah, very, very, very good. Thanks for getting me up to speed on that. I didn't mean to, kind of hold you up there, but yeah, look at his shirt. It looks like it blends into that kind of background there, where it has that yellow. It looks the same color.
That's true. Well, they're in Geneva now, apparently, but Wei is he's a very snappy dresser, and that's his signature, wearing those colorful, a lot of times aloha shirts, which is climate appropriate too, especially when he's in Singapore. And yeah, that's sort of his signature. You know, a lot of times when he's wearing a sports jacket, he also puts those collars, like disco collars, on top of the sleeves. You know, that's his signature style. It's cool. It's cool. I like him.
Aiden, are you on Revolution? Like, you ever check out revolution.watch, the blog?
No, I've never seen that.
Oh, you should definitely check it out. It's like, you know, I have this habit of, on my lunch breaks, you know, I type in, you know, I go to Hodinky first, and then, like, you know, there was a while when I was like going to Revolution next. It's like Hodinky, Revolution, watches by SJX, monochrome watches, and then a blog to watch, and Quill and Pad.
Of course, now it all changed, and now on his lunch breaks he just comes to Young Brando.
Exactly, I just go
watches
straight
and style channel.
Straight to Young Brando now.
I really can't believe, like, you know, that people don't get the memo on this, guys. I love all of this, but don't come to my channel and advertise for free, you know, of all these like different outlets that people can go instead of listening to my channel. So thank you for that, St. Peter.
Sorry, but
I've noticed a lot of channels do that, advertise for other people. But yeah.
Listen, I mean,
he didn't. Yeah,
YB already knows my attitude on this. You know, I'm very much so community oriented person. So, you know, I think the more love and appreciation and information that there is out there, the better. But I will refrain next time. I apologize.
No, I mean, same. You know, same. I give credit when it's due. When, you know, we are listening and learning from an interview that Way conducted for Revolution Watch magazine. But, you know, no need to come up with a laundry list of dozen other places that people can go to, you know, instead of doing the other thing, you know.
Point taken.
The best place is Young Brando Watches, because that's where you're going to get, you know, all the good information, really. I mean,
exactly.
You teach us about watches. Like, people don't really know. A lot of people don't really know about watches. There's a lot of watch brands, you know, they kind of hone in on a brand, and then that's kind of all they know, and that's cool. But I'm trying to expand. And get learn about brands that, you know, that you're bringing up. So
get on with the Agitprop, the Young Brando propaganda. Listen to other channels, but do it advisedly. This is
YB does have an incredible breadth of knowledge on the subject. I mean, I do think that the depth, right, the depth that you go into, I think is exemplar, as they say, you know.
So Jeffrey Blue, I'm just very happy to have my humble chronomètre Souverain in platinum. I think that's a beautiful watch. Jeffrey, wear it in good health. That's actually the watch I would want to get from the whole catalog, to be honest. I mean, I admire a lot of what FP Journe does, but a lot of it is perhaps too out there for me. If I ever had one, it will probably be either chronomètre Souverain in white dial, or maybe the Havana dial, you know, that brown dial. I think that's a beautiful watch. And you're right, even those, which is basically the everyday entry-level watch, they have a long wait list now. And of course, chronomètre bleu, which is supposed to be even more youthful and even more of an entry level, has even more demand, comparatively speaking. Okay, let's listen a little more.
Maintenant, je comprends. Des tonneaux comme ça, tortue. Et puis, ils l'ont pas pris, ce projet. Ah oui. Ils m'ont fait travailler, et puis bon, c'est resté dans les tiroirs. Puis un jour, c'est en 2003.
So, yeah, going back to this, they commissioned me to design that watch. That's why it's in that tortue shape, cushion case. The Vagabondage I made for Cartier, they didn't take it, so I just threw it in a drawer. Then, in the year of 2003.
C'est Osvaldo Patrizzi pour Antiquorum qui vient me voir pour que je fasse une pièce spéciale pour les 30 ans.
Oui.
He came to visit, well, Osvaldo Patrizzi, Antiquorum's founder. We were just talking about him a few days ago. Came to François Paul because he wanted F.B. Journe to make a special piece for him to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Antiquorum, the auction house that Patrizzi founded.
Et je lui dis, mais c'est impossible, c'est dans 6 mois. Comment tu veux que je développe un truc en 6 mois?
And he says, this is impossible, you know, that it's in 6 months. How do you expect me to come up with something in 6 months?
Je lui dis, j'ai un truc. Donc je suis allé chercher dans le tiroir.
Oui.
Et puis je lui ai montré. Et puis on a dit, ah ouais, ça c'est pas mal. Bon, alors on va faire un truc autour. Ouais.
This is really funny. So he says, but I have something. And he goes and you know, fetches the Vagabondage from the drawer, shows him, and he says, well, you know, not bad. You know, pas mal is a phrase that the French use a lot, and I mean, it literally means not bad, and it can mean just that, but it usually means pretty good. Which, of course, in English you have, you know, you have this kind of expression too, right? You know, when you talk about a bad bee, you know, you mean a really hot woman. So anyway, so pas mal is Osvaldo Patrizzi's first reaction to the Vagabondage when he sees it, and he says, let's do something around it, and let's make something out of this.
Et puis j'ai fait ces 3 montres pour chaque décennie.
Ouais.
So this is the 2004 Vagabondage pieces for Antiquorum's 30th anniversary, which was, of course, founded in 1974. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that those are interesting. Those are very interesting watches. You know, it has the open heart in the middle. I don't know. I think part of me is just soaking it all in like a sponge and just doing that.
Are you still there, St. Peter?
Yeah, I'm here. I was muted. This one I think is becoming my second favorite. I don't think the 3 of the series is ever going to get beat out by the 1 or the 2 for me. At first, I wasn't really that attracted to this one because I feel like the circular layout of it was a little too familiar feeling. You know, like the other Vagabondage 2, I think. What does that have? That has a constant running seconds and a jump hour. It's got like a 2-digit jump hour, I believe, and it's got like a second hand sub-seconds, I think, if I'm recalling correctly. And it has a very interesting asymmetrical like main plate that makes this like almost like a silhouette profile on the dial. And that to me is like pretty intriguing. And at first it doesn't really jump out as being asymmetrical, but the more you look at it, the more you it's just impossible not to see that it's like asymmetrical looking. This one has slowly been growing on me. And I think it's because it is more symmetrical and it has this kind of harmony.
Hi, I'm Tim. Welcome.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's interesting. So it's got jump hour and jump minutes.
Yeah.
But subsidiary seconds.
Yeah. So this is Tim Mosso holding Vagabondage 2, which is exactly what St. Peter described. You can see both the jump hour, jump minutes, and the running small seconds, and exactly that slight asymmetry, like a Pisa tower kind of slant of that bridge.
I mean, it's such a funky watch. So cool. This whole series is just a complete home run, just like knock out of the park.
Yeah, I actually prefer the previous one to this one right here. Just because of the aesthetics, but yeah, this one I'm not super drawn to.
That's fair. Let me see where we were for. Uh,
There you go.
yeah, I agree. I think FB Journe, again, to me, perhaps it's most interesting and most appealing to me on a personal level. Like, I would want to own this in my collection kind of level, when things are actually simpler and more easily recognizable. And that has more to do with the conservatism of my taste than anything. That's why I like Chronomètre Souverain more than anything else in the lineup. So this appeals to me, but I also understand, that of all things that he could do with a jump hour watch, which he then did, in fact, with Vagabondage 2 and 3, this seems quite tame, quite conventional. Because at the end of the day, it's just a circular motion that centers on the hour.
Yeah. Quickly though, how do you guys feel about like open heart watches?
What do you think, St. Peter?
I think my taste for open work. There was a point in time when I was conflating open work and skeletonization. I think it's important to make a distinction between the two, because they don't always necessarily go hand in hand. But I kind of, early on in my self-education with this stuff, I just assumed, oh, if it's open work, it's skeleton, and vice versa. That's not necessarily the case. And I think I'm moving in a direction where open work for me, I'm becoming way more critical of. So movement architecture, legibility, those become really, really important aspects of open work design.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's just some watches that have, like the Langenheine Hector, for example, like it's got just this tiny aperture where you could just see in a little bit, which I just like, I think is like weird. Like when I first saw it, I was like, I just don't get that. Like, it's like uh, maybe one day I'll understand it, but for whatever reason, like that watch, it has like this little bit of open work on the dial, but it's not even really revealing enough, in my opinion, to be interesting. So I think like I don't know what with the Vagabondage. Yeah. So it's like this one to me, it's like you kind of see like what, like two gears in there. Like it's
Yeah.
strange.
I think I know
Yeah.
exactly what you mean. Not necessarily about this watch or not, but in general, I think like I've seen open worked chronographs, for example. Like open work, if you do an open work column wheel chronograph, show me the column wheel, so I see what engages when I start, stop, and reset the chronograph, right?
Right.
So, like you said, I mean, of course, St. Peter, you're approaching this from the perspective of a designer. That's really valuable, but on a more pedestrian level, that's exactly what I think. It has to. I don't like people doing things just for the sake of it. Let's have this cutout on the dial of the watch because it's cool. Let's have this cutout, for example, to show the column wheel, right? Let's have this cutout on a chiming watch to expose the hammers on the dial side. So when someone engages the minute repeater while it's on their wrist, they can see the motion of the hammers and how they strike the gong, right? things like, or like, we are designing the cage of the tourbillon so you get the best view of the rotation. We have a cutout here so you see the remontoir, right? It has to do something. It has to give something to the wearer, and to just the collector or the enthusiast who is looking at the watch.
I think
Yeah. Yeah. So that if there was just the balance wheel was exposed and just open heart, so you wouldn't like that. You wouldn't like that, Lord.
I think in that case I can. The balance wheel, I think, look, that's not functional, but that's a little romantic, like in the sense, like I like, for example, a lot of high horological time only watches, because when you turn them back, they usually have these like enlarged balance wheels, and they use calibers that beat at a lower rate of frequency, like 3 hertz, let's say 21,600 semi oscillations per hour. So you see this wobble of the spring, and it's kind of a delicate dance. It's one of the pleasurable things of looking at the movement. So if I had a nice design of a dial, I can't come up with an immediate example now, that just had a cutout to expose the balance wheel and the mainspring, I wouldn't hate on that. If it looks beautiful, I'll watch it.
Yeah. I just have heard of some people that if they have that where it's exposing the balance wheel, they're just like, nope, I don't care how nice the watch is or whatever. They're like, I don't like it. But I'm not like that. I might like it.
What do you think about this, St. Peter? Even if it's just the balance wheel.
I think is it the Breguet tradition? I forget the reference number. The one that has the open work on the dial side, and it's got like the small guilloche dial at like the 12 o'clock position.
Yes, that is the tradition. Yes.
Is that this? It's like 70, 40.
But which one? It has a lot.
I know like I'm thinking like the base model basically that's in the catalog right now. So one of the collectors in the community has one of those, a yellow gold version, who I met for the first time at Watch Time in New York, and this past
I
Watch
think
Time.
JJ still has, for example, the pink gold version. I think the one with the retrograde seconds. Is that what it is? 797.
Yeah, it's actually a lower grade model than this. This one is, I think this is amazing. I haven't seen this one in person. The escapement, like being able to see it tick away on the dial, like I was pretty mesmerized by that.
Yeah.
And it, so this, I mean, I think like if we are going to nitpick, like I don't believe what we see here.
Quelqu'un qui fait de
Jeez, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. I don't believe what we see here counts as like this is really more open work than skeletonization. I think like the last reference we were looking at, like this one has some more, because like skeletonization, I think
this is the quote unquote simple model 757.
I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. It's just so fun to look down at that thing ticking away, man. I don't know what to say about it. It is, I mean, the fact that it is jewelry, like at the end of the day, these things can be considered jewelry, especially when they're made out of precious metals and they're finished to such a high degree. It has this whole kind of sparkly thing going on. All these little mechanical components are, when the light is coming in through the crystal, the light's bouncing off of it and you can see it ticking away. And, as Aidan says, he refers to it as the heart, the heartbeat of the watch, which it is. That is really cool seeing that on the dial. And I think Breguet, this is one of the things that they're exceptional at. And I think there's some other companies that do open work for the sake of it. But I think when Breguet does it, like they're actually showcasing, watchmaking. They're showcasing architecture. They're showcasing all the component finishing, how all these fine little components mesh together, and the craft is on display when
See,
you look at it.
yeah, and maybe I'll change my mind, but like for example, this piece that's up right now, like I don't know, whenever I see a watch with a bunch of gears in it where it's just completely visible, it just reminds me of some non-watch person buying their first watch and they're, oh, cool, there's a bunch of gears. Of course I want to display that. So that it just reminds me of something cheaper.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I had a conversation with just a guy who I met, like, it was like random, see a guy at the bar, he's wearing a watch. You're like, hey, what's the watch? And we started talking, and he was like a Seiko guy. He was like really into like good value divers, but clearly was interested in watches. And he had a similar thought on, he was like, I hate open work. We all know what's inside the watch. You don't need to show it. Like that was his attitude about it. And I get it. Like I completely understand. He thought it was ridiculous, frankly, to show the gears of a watch, because like you're not using them to indicate anything. So why show them? Everyone knows what's on the inside. But I think this example right here is amazing, because that window is perfectly framing this beautiful spring.
Yeah, I mean, look, of course, this is a very special piece that's in six figures, but and I also agree to a certain level, not to be a snob, but yes, if it's a basic time only, unadorned caliber, maybe you don't need to see it, and it's even better to have a case back because it gives you just a more utilitarian feel and a better profile. A sapphire case back adds to the thickness of the watch, and if it's not really doing anything for me, why do I want it? But it was Aussie expat who kind of nudged me and said, well, I mean, virtually nudged me and said, hey, exactly the kind of people who just get their first watch, it excites them. And what's wrong with people coming into the community and getting excited about how a watch works? I can't hate on that sort of naive excitement. I had it once. I was once a little kid with a stupid neon yellow Swatch diver, and the coolest thing about that watch is was the rotational bezel that clicked. That's it.
Hey,
I didn't care about anything else.
Listen, that was me with that $600 de facto, right? Which like I still have right now. I got it on my desk right now. I'm looking at it. I mean, it's got the same ETA 28242 that's in so many watches. It's so boring. Every time you see the movement, it looks exactly the same. But they gave me a display case back, and I think that watchmaker. I think I genuinely believe like he really made this watch for someone like me, like someone who was like entering the hobby at that price point and was interested in like a minimal Bauhaus aesthetic. And at the time, the idea of spending 6,000 or 16,000 was absurd. Like I would have never done that. But like this absolutely made me. It just I found this thing, and then I saw all the little components inside, and then I started to educate myself, and one thing turns to another, and then next thing you know, like my collection has grown, and every time like I try to get something, not necessarily like the next tier up, but I try to add a level of refinement and a level of kind of like nuance to the way that I look at this stuff. So I do think that if I was making a entry level piece that had a mass produced movement in it, I probably wouldn't opt to put a display case back on it. But I understand why people do.
I think that's a great perspective. Again, I used to have very strong feelings against it, but I came around because I see in it at least a genuine excitement about how a watch works, and to me that's more noble than how can I flex with this watch, who will I impress with this watch. I prefer to that how someone who is new to it is impressed by the gears and even the open heart, the balance wheel, the escapement, the wobbling of the spring. I mean, it's all of this stuff when done right and when it's displayed in a certain way can excite even the most cynical among us, as we have just seen that Ferdinand Berthoud. But yeah, I mean, even in the simplest way, it's there's something that I appreciate about that. And of course, that was as you could see from the wobble of that's a very specific kind of balance spring, by the way. It's like what they call cylindrical. So it's the reason that movement from that porthole, from that case band you were seeing, St. Peter, I mean, not every hairspring would look in that particular way. So yeah, sometimes they are trying, sometimes they really put on a show, they're really trying to make it into a spectacle for you, and sometimes they're just cutouts on the face of the watch and an exhibition case back just because. And even that's not my preference. I can see why people get excited about that.
J'en avais plein les tiroirs. Incroyable. Montre. Et puis on a dit, ah ouais, ça c'est pas mal. Bon, alors on va faire un truc autour. Ouais. Et puis j'ai fait ces 3 montres pour chaque décennie. Ouais. Le mouvement, j'en avais plein les tiroirs. Incroyable. Et après, quand j'ai fait ça, moi je voulais pas faire la montre. Ouais. Et puis j'ai les clients qui ont commencé à me dire, oui, mais alors les détaillants, mais alors pourquoi tu as fait 3 pour la vente et puis nous on en a rien. Ouais.
So after he did these 3 watches, one in yellow, one in pink, one in white gold for Antiquorum's 30th anniversary, he wasn't planning to do any more. But then some of his customers started coming to him saying, like, well, you made those 3 watches. What about me? Can I have one too? Why don't we have one? In fact, that's the way he said.
The answer is they can have one. They just got to pay, and he's got to make it.
Après, j'ai dit, bon, je vais en faire 66. Et puis Gino, il me dit, mais tu m'as oublié. Ouais. Lui, c'était le chiffre 69. Oui. Alors, je suis monté à 69. Oui.
So he said, okay, I'll make 68. I didn't catch the name of the person, but apparently one more collector came up to him and said, what about me? And he ended up making 69 pieces in platinum.
C'était vraiment pour en faire le minimum.
Ouais, incroyable. Il y a une très histoire amusante en 2000, après à Bâle, quand il y a trop de personnes qui veulent acheter votre mot, ouais. Gino et vous a discuté, il faut enlever le prix. Et vous avez enlevé 3 fois, et finalement, il a accepté dans une semaine.
3 fois dans la semaine.
So he's talking about one of his early retailers, and this will lead into a discussion of how he started selling watches and in a way increasing his production and establishing even his boutiques. But this is apparently Gino, who was one of his earliest retailers. Pardon me, and I think the founder, it said, of Ginotti, early investor of FP Journe.
Il a accepté dans une semaine.
3 fois dans la semaine.
Mais est-ce que ça vous plaît? Parce qu'immédiatement, il y a des gens qui comprennent votre vision et veulent bien acheter de...
Bon, à l'époque, on n'avait pas de boutique, hein, c'était que les détaillants.
and he's talking about how there were people, early on who, before the bandwagon, believed in him and invested in his vision. And he says at that time we didn't have the boutiques.
Mais comme on avait à peu près trié les meilleurs détaillants du monde, et puis bon, on faisait pas beaucoup de montres non plus. Hein.
And we tried to find, the best retailers we could find in the world, and we weren't making too many watches at any rate.
Alors, ils en voulaient plus, parce que on avait peut-être 30 détaillants. Et 30 détaillants, tu leur donnes 10 montres chacun, pas grand-chose.
And they simply wanted more. We had maybe 30 retailers at the beginning, and maybe we gave them 10 watches per year, and that's not much. 300 watches.
Oui, bien sûr. Et pour moi, je vous considérais le plus grand horlogeur de notre époque, parce que vous continuez vraiment l'histoire de horlogerie vraie du XVIIIe siècle, de Edison, de Anti-Janvier, de Breguet.
Way ever so, of course, ever so conservative and restrained in his compliment. He says, I consider you the best watchmaker of your epoch, of your era. The person who brought the legacies of Anderson, Breguet, etc., into the 20th century.
Pour voir la chronométrie, c'est quelque chose qui est incroyablement important.
To the contemporary era, really, I think that's what he said, not 20th century. And he said, for you, and Aidan, you'll appreciate this, chronometry is something incredibly important.
Les résonances, c'est chronométrique. Le tourbillon avec le remontoir d'égalité, c'est chronométrique. Le chronomètre optimum, c'est incroyablement chronométrique. Pourquoi c'est important pour vous?
So, all these iconic models that you have from your tourbillon with the remontoir d'égalité, from your chronomètre résonance, to, of course, chronomètre optimum. All of these are chronometers. All of these are watches that abide by certain standards of timekeeping. Why? Why is that so important to you?
C'est l'horlogerie vraie, comme ça, oui.
Parce que, a priori, comme je le dis souvent, la politesse d'une montre, c'est de donner l'heure.
So Wei asked finally, don't you think that's true horology? Chronometry is true horology. It says, above all, the point of a watch is to give you the time, is to show the hour.
Ouais. Oui. Absolument.
Donc, autant qu'elles essayent de donner bien l'heure, avec un spectacle et un joli mécanisme, un beau spectacle.
And finally, of course, we want to make sure that the watch shows the time well, perhaps with a spectacle, with a beautiful caliber, with a beautiful mechanism, and an engaging spectacle. Something good to look at, something fascinating to look at.
Pour les yeux de celui qui la porte.
Oui.
For the eyes of the person who wears them. So what do you guys think about this this idea? Does one come before the other? The precision timekeeping and the aesthetics of it, the chronometry and the visual appeal to the watch. What do you prioritize? What do you think comes first?
Yeah, well, I'll definitely say the thing that comes first for me is Well, it has to be reliable, which a lot of watches are, but there are some that just aren't reliable, and then you're going to have to worry about more wear and more service and things like that. So it's got to be reliable. I can't keep taking it back. That's the most important thing for me. What's the most important thing for you guys?
What do you think, St. Peter?
So, you know, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but with regards to warranty, that's a huge factor for me in how I decide to spend money. Because as I've gotten older and I've purchased the same items over and over and over again, I've also gotten to a point where I think that, like, you know, something that shouldn't be consumable should last basically a lifetime. So I think with regards to servicing, you know, it's actually really important when you're paying a premium. If it's a cheap thing, well, you get what you pay for. But if you are spending that kind of money, I think that the whatever it is that whatever the function is of the product that you're making, it should perform that function exceptionally well for as long as possible. If it's going to be perceived to be, you know, in the general public, an exceptional version of, you know, whatever thing. So, like in the case of Rolex, I think that's one of the reasons why they are the brand that they are, because you hear these stories about people having these watches for decades and they only get serviced a few times, and they still keep time and they keep ticking. Now, is that recommended? No, of course you're supposed to get it serviced every 5 to 10, but do you have to? Well, I don't know, you know.
Not
Well,
doing
I
that
mean,
servicing crap.
if anyone who is disturbed by the fact that I haven't serviced my sub for $200 is you know, should feel free to send me the amount for the service via PayPal, and I will take care of that tomorrow, and I will reassure them, and I will put them at ease. I will make sure that they feel better. But yeah, you know, look, I mean, I don't impose anything on people. My philosophy about service is I don't take watches to service until they stop, until I can tell there's something terribly wrong with the watch, that it is off by minutes. It stops, you know, after, you know, if it's a hand wound watch, after I wind it properly, it stops after a couple of hours. It doesn't keep charge. Or if it's an automatic watch, you know, that I can't wind it. You know, if I shake it vigorously, it takes still a while for it to start moving. I mean, if there are serious problems for the basic operation of a watch, I get crazy. But like you said, St. Peter, I think ultimately, I think I am a big proponent of you get what you pay for. And yes, if I'm getting a high horological time only watch, you can't just tell me, hey, look how beautiful it looks, and we have a hand guilloche dial with metallum, and look at how the chamfers of the case are done by hand, and look at the anglage of the movements, but it actually doesn't, you know, keep time that well, and we didn't bother to make it a chronometer. That does bother me. You're right. You know, if I were to pay $70,000 or like six figures for a time only watch by a modern independent, it better keep very good time as well. Even though that's usually not my priority, I'm much like Nick Butter here. I do usually prioritize the aesthetics of the watch and how it looks on my wrist, how it makes me feel. And then I move on to the technical aspects, and I care about them too, very intensely, much more intensely than for a normal socially functioning person. On the other hand, it's really not the first thing that I look for. Oh, thank you, Floodland. Thank you so much. $4. Hey, that will that's tomorrow's coffee for me. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not even sure. St. Peter, you tell me, can we get a cup of coffee from most places in New York City or Los Angeles with $4?
It's getting hard, man.
Like with
It's brutal. It's brutal out
with
there.
tax, with tip, of course,
It
because
is.
your fellow human being is nice enough to pour you a nice coffee and actually
God,
smile to your face, in the morning.
I feel
Uh,
like I feel like such a deadbeat, just because like with the like I usually am overly gratuitous, especially if I'm at a place that's serving me alcohol. Once I get loose, then it's just like I'm just throwing the money away basically. But
right.
of course, when I'm sober, then I'm at the coffee shop thinking like, oh my god, like $6 for a coffee. Like when did that happen? Like I still remember a cup of coffee being 2.53 plus a buck. If you want
Hey
like
man, for
it's like
And you could
for us, there's still that. By the way, I mean, I remember when I spent all that time in New Haven. There were all these hipster coffee shops, which I did patronize, right? Which I did go to, and I bought coffee from them. But the best coffee was still. I don't know if it was the romanticism of jumping on a train to go to New York, but it was in the station at the Dunkin'
Dunkin'
Donuts.
Donuts, yeah. And all my trips back to the old town, looking at properties there. I've been in and out of that station a lot in the past couple of weeks, and I
yeah.
have
Union
I haven't
Station is
gotten.
actually quite pretty. I like it.
But yeah, this is what you need to do for coffee. You go buy a coffee maker for $20 or whatever it is, and then you just make your own coffee, right? I mean,
I
it's
make
what
I
would it
make
be
two
like
cups.
25 cents?
I make 2 cups of coffee for myself every day. Stovetop percolator. For a while, I was buying coffee from this co-op roaster operation because it was worker owned. Everything was fair trade, and like those two things to me are like, it's important where the money goes. Yeah, there you go. That's the classic, made in Italy, and
Yeah,
that's aluminum too, which some people
Ooh.
hate on aluminum
I love
for
it.
the exactly. It heats up super fast. That thing will make you the best cup of coffee very quickly. You know.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
good.
thanks Floodland 99.99. Very generous of you.
Yeah. Cheers, man. Thanks for that.
Thank you so much. And yeah, look, I mean, it's again, I'm addicted, right? I do make my own coffee in the morning, Aiden, and that's a great tip. Don't take me wrong, but there are those days where I need, where I need one more. And before the pandemic, I was even more liberal in my taste. Like I would get the $1 cup from 7-Eleven, and that's poured like in common,
Right.
where people sneeze and spit and graze and whatever. So I didn't even care about that before the pandemic, but nowadays I'm a little bit pickier, which means I don't pick up food from the floor anymore. But yeah, ultimately, yes, there are those days where I do get coffee from elsewhere, and it is expensive, but hey man, it's at
Okay,
least
five
a
second
lot of
rule though. You can do that 5 second rule. Just pick it right up off there.
at least in most cases,
But
it's a nice,
listen,
independent owned coffee shops. I like it. I
some
like
some of these, I mean, some of these baristas are sexy. It's like it's hard not to want to splurge on that
it.
coffee
It-
when
it's
everyone
hard.
every once in a
It's hard
while
as right. It's hard as
every
right.
every once in a while you go into that coffee shop and you're
Dude.
like, oh man,
Wait, so
I should not be drinking a coffee right now,
You know,
but
I'm sorry, Saint Peter, but I guess this won't surprise anyone who knows how nerdy I am. But I picked up more chicks from coffee shops and the library than a bar. So that's my that's my
well,
jam.
you
You're
I mean,
preaching to the choir.
you gave away the secret there. The thing is, they're expecting it. Their guards down in those other places. So when you're at the bar, everyone knows, oh, you're at the bar, right? And it's it,
yeah.
You
when
know,
I can see him just sneaking right in. I can
The strategy is when you're out of your element. Oh, nice gentleman, sophisticated. Spoke to me at the library. Spoke to me at the coffee shop. Like
at the end of the day, I just want to smash. It's
well, we all do. What's the point? What's the point in denying? What's the point in denying your own humanity? I mean, we are like. It's literally how we exist, right? Like this is the thing. Like I think especially in the U.S., right? There's this whole like we're hanging on to this sense of Puritanism, which is complete bullshit because it wasn't even like the original. Like if you go to the core of like American history, it's like a new form of American history. It's not even like really old school, old school like. But there is this idea of like, you must be pure, blah blah blah, and it's like complete bullshit, right? Like we are these animals. Like at the end of the day, like it's
right. That's what I was gonna say, St. Peter. Because when you said humanity, yes, I mean it is part of humanity, but I think it's in a way, not necessarily darker, but the more bestial dimension of human existence, and I think it's. A lot of times in contemporary society, I think because there has been so many vicious kinds and sometimes implicit kinds of repression, things come out, I think, in much more violent ways, both or cynical ways, from men especially, but also sometimes from women. And I think it's much easier, or in a way better and healthier, to recognize those sorts of urges and deal with it in an honest manner.
Hey, I guess we've derailed enough, but might as well keep going with it. So, yeah, you young Brando, what do you do whenever you, if you're gonna, what's your pickup line for the girls in the library? You just go, "What book are you reading?" Or I mean, what does he do? What does young Brando do when he slips in, with the Rolex on in the quiet library, and he's on the prowl?
First of all, my friend,
you got to go with the Lamania. That's the real smooth.
See, St. Peter already knows me better than I know myself. So my instinct, first of all, Aidan, as much as I love my Rolexes and as much as I remain a Rolex fanboy, in the quasi-intellectual atmosphere, you wear an obscure watch. You wear either something that's dusty, musty, from 1940s, something on a ratty leather strap would be best, but you can also wear like something like this, romantic complication, literally moon phase. Something, or the reverso is great, by the way. It's like, oh, what kind of watch is that? And you flip you flip the reverso, and basically the knickers fly off instantly.
Yeah, exactly.
But joking aside, it's really that kind of a watch. If we are talking about watches, and you are in that kind of environment, Rolex would be understood. And the professor was talking about this earlier in behind the scenes, but I'm not gonna betray his confidence. But in certain circles, an immediately recognizable watch, a brand name watch, actually rubs people off the wrong way. So if I'm serious about it, and St. Peter said it first, in fact, you wear a watch that's interesting, but not immediately recognizable, not a brand name that the average person would know. But yes, sometimes it is as simple as, look, we had nastier ways as well. After a certain time, after midnight, if you're still in the library, and my college had a 24-hour library, and you really want to be too forward, you can just slip. If the stacks are still open, I think 12 would be in fact too late. But I think the sweet spot was the stacks were maybe closing at 10:45, and it's around like 10 p.m. You just slip the call number, and that's where you meet to just get it on immediately, hook up. But in a more civilized atmosphere, you had it right the first time along too, Aidan. You just say, hey, I've read that author. Did you read this other thing? Or oh man, I really love that book. What's your favorite part? What's your favorite passage? Or what do you really think about what she says, in this part? So you, again, there are only two ways to go about it. Either you know what's going on, you already seen it in that person's eyes and you dive right in, or you go the opposite direction and you say nothing sexual. You put on your pseudo intellectual game, which is what I've mastered over the years.
Strategies. Okay, I was just interested to hear that.
No, I mean, I don't have. Look, at the end of the day, as much as there's a bestial undercurrent that's very sexual, yes, I do want to smash. This is a human relationship, so it can't be scripted. There are no strategies that always win. There's no manipulation. If there's a chemistry, she will lap up everything you say. If there's chemistry and attraction on your side, you don't really care about what book she's reading, what she's wearing, etc. You just approach and you just start talking, because if the feeling is genuine and if you feel there's reciprocity, things work anyways. She can barf on you and you might spill coffee on her and you'll still be fine.
Dang. Barfing and coffee spilling going on in the library. All right.
Well, I mean,
listen, like, hey,
as a manner of speaking,
it's life, right? It happens. But I actually think, and I'm not a pickup expert, and I'm like, I've been very fortunate in my life to like have very deep and meaningful relationships with some really beautiful and intelligent women. Like like I'm not in my 40s yet, but like I feel like I hear stories from like some other men and I'm like, man, like I'm actually I'm actually doing a lot better than sometimes I tell myself I have been, because like I have all these memories and these experiences. And I always try to improve and do a better job next time. Like try to be a little bit more sensitive, a little more self-aware, and I just think back to when I was in college and it was like really just trying to hook up, and it was contrived. Like I was actually trying too much, like in that energy, like the whole idea of like, oh, I have a crush on this person and I just have to make it happen. Like no matter what, it just doesn't work that way. Like you have to just, like, if it feels right, just like be charming, like don't try too hard, allow your have some humility, make fun of yourself. I think that's actually really important, right? Because that's something we could all relate to, is like when we screw up, we have to be able to laugh at ourselves, because you will in life. You're never going to be perfect. And what I've seen, and the aspects of like toxic personalities, whether they're masculine or feminine, it doesn't matter what the gender is, but like toxic people are people that when they make a mistake, or if they mess up, instead of them being able to laugh it off and be like, hey, I'm human, like it turns into like anger and rage,
right?
And that becomes so unattractive that you could have potentially been smooth sailing, like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, like you're on your way home, and then next thing you know, like you fuck up and like it's in your head that like, oh, I didn't make
Yeah.
that move right, and then it
But
completely fucks up your whole game, right?
but
And
that's the thing, St. Peter, though. Again, I don't necessarily consider myself on the other end of the spectrum, but sometimes there are certain experiences that make you minimally self-conscious, if not bitter. So you do lose at certain points that ability to laugh at yourself, and it's important to be cognizant of that. And like you said, if you can in fact not become bitter but actually improve in light of your last relationship, that's the sign of a very mature person, and I don't think all of us can do that. And most certainly, I have come up short so many times. But yeah, I mean, again, going back to that simple point, there's no fail-safe strategy in relating to other human beings, because there is there's a complexity there is a humanity there, there's an authentic person there, one hopes, behind all the layers of inauthentic and contrived everyday interaction. There is an authentic human being there, and one hopes that you can just start approaching that by trying to be honest to yourself. And sometimes, as long as you don't trip upon your own feet and completely completely make a fool of yourself, even that can be charming, right? Even that honesty about how that person makes you feel. I'm trying to remember the name of the author. I think the last name is Green, certainly, and he has a book called The Art of Seduction. And don't take me wrong, this is not a pickup artist book, right? It is actually a book, and it's not a book about teaching people tactics of manipulation. It really delves into the history of these different archetypes of people who are charming, who are attractive to others, man and woman, people who are successful in amorous relationships, and people who are successful in influencing crowds, etc. So the book is called The Art of Seduction. I don't know if you are doing any search in the background. The name is Green, the last name is Green, the first name I don't remember. But he describes there, for example, when it comes to romantic relationships, there is actually something that is incredibly disarming about, at least at a certain point. Maybe that shouldn't be your first move, but to let the other person know, look, I kind of lose myself with you, right? I'm kind of helpless when it comes to you. I can't articulate myself. I don't find the right words. You kind of take my mind away, right? And yeah, I mean, it can be a bunch of cliches until that person actually feels, you mean it. And I think that is very important. But a lot of us, when we become more and more bitter by the weight of daily life, and by perhaps the mental baggage of our past relationships, we lose that ability to genuinely give ourselves over to the other person, to be authentically vulnerable to another person, which is in and of itself attractive. Because I think it's a myth, right? That the women don't always look for a protector. Women don't always look for someone who is impenetrable and who has no emotions and just is made out of raw steel. It's that's not that's an action movie bullshit. That's not the thing that real people look for in life.
Oh, I thought you were describing me.
Oh, sorry. Well, I mean, I'm sure
man of steel.
You are, man. You're a man's man. I'm sure you are that attractive, and I'm not saying that will necessarily work against you, but it's not necessarily what everyone looks for. That's all I was saying. So hopefully,
I am the man of steel.
Listen, it's all balance.
I must break you.
I'm the man of oyster steel, and that's what really matters.
Wow. If that's the case, I'm the Ever Rose.
Yeah. You are the Ever Rose. Wait, what's another? No, I'm the honey gold, man. That's what I'm going for.
Oh shit.
That is the honey gold. That's my favorite proprietary watch. alloy of all the ones.
But does it improve the legibility?
The legibility. It's so fun. I feel like that's how Schmidt he says it that way, man. He says legibility, and I actually like that guy. I think that guy's cool as shit, man.
I know, but also, again, love Wilhelm Schmidt, but also he has the vibes of the Bond villain from the Quantum of Solace too. Like, I mean, it's like kind of, it's a little strange. So maybe he should be cast as the villain in the next Bond movie. He would do the role pretty well.
Man, I want to be a villain. That sounds cool.
I feel like being a villain could actually be pretty fucking dope. I mean,
I've always wanted it. Yeah, I've always I want to actually do kind of voiceover work for a comic book villain. That's been my kind of pet project for the longest time, and I was very much.
You could do it for the spinoff YouTube channel.
Come to the dark side.
You got to come to the dark side.
The funny thing is, I completely lost my shit when I heard also how Mark Hamill trained for Joker, because he was the Joker in the cartoon series, in the animated series, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I've always loved his interpretation, but apparently he would just kind of intentionally lose himself in laughter, like when he was commuting, like in California, and just laugh to himself when he was in the car, stuck in traffic. Imagine seeing oh
my God,
Mark Hamill next to you. He's just letting out the most villainous Joker laughter. But anyway, so that I would think that would be fantastic to prepare oneself for a role like that, like Darth Vader or General Grievous or Joker or something like that.
It never ceases to amaze me when you see a really good villain, like of contemporary film, like stuff that's come out recently. One of the movies I've watched, I mean, I probably watched it at least 15 times now, or maybe even 20. And that might be embarrassing to admit. It's Dune, the new Dune that came out like a year ago or two.
I just watched it once and I did like it, by the way. But
so Stellan, the first time I watched it, I have this might be, I'm not diagnosed, but it may be like a type of ADHD where like there's just sometimes when like I start to get into something and I'm totally capable of being able to stay focused, but there are just sometimes where it's like, no, I got to do like 3 things at the same time, and that's usually what I end up doing. And so sometimes I'll put on a movie, but I'll either be cooking food or wrapping up work, or maybe like I'll reading some watch blog, and so I won't actually really immerse myself in it. But I watched that movie one time and I was like, man, like I like the set design, costume. The music is amazing. Hans Zimmer. And I was like, wow, this is really like, I got to give this another watch. And I just kept doing that until finally I was like, actually watched it from start to finish. And I really started paying attention to the mythology and, like all just like the art direction. And I never was into Dune previously. Like No, that's the thing. Like I haven't even seen I think it was
original.
Was it David Byrne? Didn't he do it? Or was it, or no, David Lynch? Who did one of the there were 2. Did they make 2 of them previously to the most recent one?
There is a David Lynch movie from 1984, and I don't know if there was another. I think there may have been like a French movie at some point. Maybe that's. I don't know, maybe that was like a TV release or like a TV series or something, but I've only watched before this last one, the David Lynch one.
So, just to circle back to why I brought up Dune before we go down the wormhole of Dune,
We already did, yeah.
but
The villain.
exactly, Stellan. So Stellan Skarsgård's the Baron, right? Like his character, like just this, like that character, the way that villain was not only costumed and depicted, but the way that he plays that villain to me is like it blows my mind. I mean, it's like I really think he is a quintessential super villain in that movie. You know, he's powerful, but like when you first see him, he's like kind of like, oh, he's like kind of this fat guy. Like there's this scene when he's like looks like he's sitting in a sauna and he's kind of rubbing his head. He's like, and he's bald also because they're all bald. Like the people from his society are all
Yeah.
like hairless and bald, and they have,
the guy. I mean, he's actually a very tall guy, right? Do you know that?
Skarsgård.
Yeah, he must be 6'4" or something like that. He's pretty tall.
He plays a lot of villains, man. Like that is an actor who is an exceptional villain actor.
Speaking of Scandinavian men who make a good villain, Mats Mikkelsen is another one. I love this guy and the way he rendered Le Chiffre in Casino Royale
oh yeah, the guy with the eye. He had the eye thing.
Yeah, he was. He's
yeah,
like this
that
when
guy-
when
that
when
guy's
he's playing
amazing.
poker to
Yes.
to not give away his tell, and then he bleeds from his eye, so he has to constantly.
Oh man, dude, that guy's sick. I actually like I've seen him in multiple movies, but I'll always remember that role.
Oh, he was also Hannibal in the TV series, in the rendition of The Silence of the Lambs. For I think it was it a Netflix series? I think it was a Netflix production. But I might be mistaken.
Haven't seen that one.
Yeah, that he's pretty good.
Do you have HBO?
I used to have HBO Max because of my previous internet service, but I had to cancel with them because the new place I moved just doesn't have AT&T anymore. So
I actually think this is really fascinating because I played the video game like at the beginning of lockdown. Like the new show that's on HBO right now is called The Last of Us.
The Last of Us, yeah.
Yeah, so it's this post-apocalyptic like zombie show, right? Basically where there's this like this parasite thing that like turns people into zombies. Like it's very cheesy sounding, but like it's the way that they depict this post-apocalyptic society to me has been frankly horrifying. Like I have found like myself being like, whoa, this is like actually really scary, right? Because they like it's
Be
in this
afraid.
it's exactly, it's like in this dystopian like military state future, right? So like post COVID, right? Like it's like then seriously, right? Like it's in this world that's like not distant future. This is near future. It's like a post like pandemic type thing where there's this militarized police state that regulates where you can and cannot go, and they test people, and they have this gun, and they hold it up to your body, and it either turns red or it turns green, and it's like if you're red, man, like you're going down. Like if you're green, it's like it's good to go.
Okay, so, not to dramatize, but that does sound like the temperature checks that they used to do at least at a certain point in time.
Of course. I mean, I think, so this game, like it came out, it definitely was out for, I think, several years before COVID hit. But the reason why I ended up ultimately purchasing it was because at the beginning of COVID, everything shut down. And I was like, well, I guess I could get back into gaming. Like, what else am I going to do? I'm like stuck inside all day. And I bought a PS4, and it was part of the kit that came with it. It was just a free game that came with it. I played a little bit, and I just really didn't get into it because I really ended up buying PS4 for a different reason. and for a different set of games, and I got those games and I focused my energy on those. But then when this show came out, I decided to give it a watch, and the main one of the main actors is really good. He was in Game of Thrones. He played like the Prince Oberon character. I forget what the actor's name is, but he played Prince Oberon in Game of Thrones, which I think he was amazing in that role. And the character, the Prince Oberon character, I think is actually like
Oberon.
yeah, I think it was Oberon, or I don't know how to spell it or even pronounce it correctly. Oberon, that's how it's pronounced.
I'm just making it up. I'm sorry.
Oh, are you either one of you watch Game of Thrones?
No, I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
Yeah. I did not watch it. Not, no judgment again. Sometimes people think like, I'm it's not like I'm above it. I've just never watched it, and it feels too much of an investment to start from scratch, to be honest.
It's a big
Oh, isn't it? Are we talking about the guy who played the Mandalorian as well? Pedro Pascal?
Mandalorian, I don't know. Oh, wait.
Pedro Pascal, the Chilean guy?
Chilean the TV American show, or that guy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I like him.
He's one of the main characters in Last of Us.
Oh yeah, that's the guy.
Yep, and he's really good. And so there's only been 2 episodes released so far of the show, but I feel like sometimes when a new show gets released and the first couple episodes are good, I can overhype it. So I want to be very careful about not doing that right now. But I can't help but also be intrigued because of all the various things that I've said. Yeah, listen, hey, hype sells, But God, this like, dude, this post-apocalyptic military state world that they depict in there is like, it's horrifying. Like,
is it China?
No, it's in the United States of America. That's why it's really scary. It's like, it's like in this world where all these people are dead and there's all these dead bodies that they have to burn, and there's like no money because the whole economy is like completely broken down. So in order for you to purchase things, you need to like work to get credits, and like
sounds like China.
And like the work that you get is like, oh, we need to like haul these infected dead bodies into a burn pit and then shovel out their ashes and like that type of stuff. And then you get credits. And with those credits, you buy like a ration. Like, it's like they're like ration tickets. I mean, listen, like, this is like all stuff that like society is unfortunately
way too dark.
Yeah, I know.
It's got real dark, guys.
Too close to truth. I think that's why.
And unfortunately, exactly. And unfortunately, like, this is all stuff like this isn't science fiction. Like, these aspects of what happens when you have like a relatively modernized society and their economy fail, like, is a real fear, right? Like, so that's what's like hit home to me.
It's, look, there are aspects of that situation that you're describing that is very familiar to me, from the Holocaust. That is also very familiar more globally and universally to a lot of civil war situations where all sorts of atrocities happen and genocides take place, where people literally prepare mass graves for other people, sometimes precisely because they have committed that atrocity, or there's just too much loss that you don't even find proper graves to bury people, right? So it's like it actually. So I wasn't being sarcastic.
No, it's literally happening.
I wasn't being sarcastic at all. It's just.
No, it's happening right now. I mean, it's happening in Ukraine. I mean, like the mass grave thing. It's a real thing that's happening there right now. And not to be insensitive about the other parts of the world who are also having to deal with those really grim realities that are absolutely happening right now too. But I think sometimes, like, especially when you're in one of these like hegemony, like these first world like superpower like states where we have all all this luxury and like privilege around us, like this stuff seems like, oh, it can't be real. Like, it's almost like you exist in a in a state of denial about the fact that like actually like a lot of this stuff is real and it actually is happening right now. It might not be happening to you or your loved ones. Like it's definitely happening. Like it's definitely an aspect of, you know, the way the world kind of functions. And you know, it's like don't you know, start stocking up on, you know, food and 5-gallon buckets and get a bomb shelter, right? Like that's not what I'm
Doom and gloom.
that's not what I'm trying to advocate for. I actually think that that method, when you say no matter what, the world's going to fall apart, and so I have to build the bomb shelter, in my opinion, is like, well, no, like we should actually be saying, okay, how do we make sure this doesn't happen? Like, let's focus on that stuff, you know? So, you know, I, at the same time, I watch these things, I'm like, man, like, God, what would that be like, you know? And I mean, they're, you know, the theme in like the first 2 episodes is they're like just trying to get a functional truck battery, like just a battery for a car, which is like something you could get at AutoZone, like in this world, just getting that, like one that isn't burnt out, like just so they could power up like an old vehicle is this whole thing.
And and the thing is, by the way, I'm actually, the thing I like about The Last of Us, even before having played the game and having watched the TV series, is again being a dork. Growing up, I played a lot of interesting games like Sanitarium, like Fallout, which had stories and narratives that were just as engaging, if not more, than some of the Hollywood movies that were coming out around the same time. So I'm glad that we have reached a level now that video games, by and large, do not have that stigma, and people don't assume that, you know, they're just cheap exploitation stories and just like, you know, hack and slash type of you know, scripts that are not worth exploring in different media even. So I'm actually really happy, even though again I haven't played that particular game and I haven't started watching the show yet. It feels nice that at least people recognize the narrative force of video games. That's good.
Yeah, I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. And I think this, you know, I think like, you know, Zuckerberg and his whole meta thing is kind of bullshit. But I do think that we are moving in a direction of kind of like this more, you know, existing in these virtual spaces, you know, like
But what do you think? What do you think this space is that we're existing in?
exactly. As I was just saying that, I was like, but it really is beautiful, right? Because like, what is the likelihood that the three of us, like, okay, like possibly at a watch event that was a global watch event that the three of us traveled to specifically, like maybe that's a way that the three of us would have had a point in time when we could have this conversation together.
And
Maybe.
honestly, St. Peter, I mean, I talked to people who are much more economically fortunate than I am, like the kinds of high rolling collectors you were just talking about, you know, who might be in fact billionaires, and even they don't travel in that way anymore. You know, they don't go to, in today's world, they don't go to Geneva for every single auction, right? You know, and so I don't even know, you know, where these meetings happen at this point, except for right here.
Hello.
There he is.
Hey guys.
Hey,
Professor.
ازيك يا باشمهندس؟
Ah,
أستاذ.
bonjour. 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 Bonne nuit. Bonsoir.
We were. Did you catch any of that part when I was translating from François Paul?
Yes. You've done a magnificent job in translation.
Pas mal, comme on dit.
Pas mal.
Yeah, it's I try. I'm better passively in French than an active participant in a discussion. You know, I have to brush up a little bit, but it works. It's not too bad.
No, not too bad, not too bad. The only thing I wanted to agree and add to what you said is concerning watch maintenance. I wear mine every day since 2008, GMT Rolex. I haven't taken it for any service. I don't need to.
Do you keep an eye on the time? Like, what kind of accuracy do you think it keeps?
Oh, it's going ahead. It runs fast. So, but I'm okay. I'm good with running fast. I think this is a good indicator. Usually watchmakers tell you that that's okay. And I'm happy in any case because I always put my time 5 to 7 minutes ahead so I can be on time in time in my meetings. So, but I never look at my watch to see the time. Never. I'm surrounded by clocks, watches, phones. So I just wear it for the fun of it. But I never service it. I mean, some of the big companies, without naming which one, they're making about 20% of the revenue from just repair and service, which is a huge amount, by the way. And let me add to this. It's very important because somebody recently was showing me the Patek Philippe. They should call it the Stern and Family company. They should rename it and let Chapek be Chapek. They were showing me the cost of repair and servicing, and it's completely gimmicky. It's untrue what they're saying. Servicing a watch for 800 Swiss francs does not exist in the world of Stern Family and Co.
That's the thing. We sometimes get carried away because so when you go to their websites, same thing with Audemars Piguet, they have a flat rate, right? Which is really about taking your watch in, assessing it, and then giving you basically a laundry list of things that need to be done to your watch, all of which gets added on to that base price. So if a brand like Patek says 800, or if a brand like Audemars Piguet says 750 for service for a given model, that doesn't, if they say we need to change the crown, that gets added on. If they say we need to change the hands, that gets added on. We need to freshen up and refinish the bracelet and the case. That gets tagged on. So Professor is right. These things get out of control really fast when a lot of these prestige brands would actually ask for $600 for a stainless steel déployant clasp. You really don't expect them to take care of your watch at that price. But yeah,
you want to say hello to Lord, my good friend Lord, and his friends. He's very good friends. No, it's my son. He's saying hello to you guys. From he's a bit shy.
No, that's okay.
Professor Junior.
Hello. Yeah.
El Professor Junior. Yeah, he watches.
Young professor.
A lot of the yeah, he watches a lot of your shows, Lord.
Thank you, my friend.
What kind of watch does he have?
Oh, what kind of watch do you wear? Yeah. There is a question here. Yeah, please come and tell us. Don't show yourself. It's okay. You want to say something? It's okay. It's acceptable. What do you have? He doesn't have a Rolex watch.
It's okay.
But he can get a Tudor.
He can. Okay.
He's 10 years old.
Oh man, it would be very impressive if he had a Rolex.
He's ready for Patek. He listens to me. He says, my daughter, actually, I'm the raving joke. There is a revolving joke in my family. My daughter says, Dad, you have been talking for years and years about watches and which one you should get. The one and done discussion. Since you have joined this Lord guy, who is this Lord guy? Is he some god? Is that? I said, no, Lord, my friend. He said, but you always talk about the one and done, and you never buy any watches. Oh, here they're here laughing at me now.
She should be thankful for that. Ask
Exactly.
the young woman if she still wants to be going to school next year.
Yes.
If she wants you to shut up, she can surrender the tuition to you, and you can get your one and done watch, and then she can go to public school. Or I think in British English you have a different term for that. I get them confused.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They are in public school, which means private.
I love that. I absolutely love it. Like, it's like the story of Humpty Dumpty, isn't it? Like, I say things and they mean what I say to mean. It's what the hell? Like, why would you say public school and really mean private school?
Yeah, in this country, everything is upside down. They drive on the wrong side of the streets. They're they left the European Union. They're shooting themselves completely.
Look, I mean, it's the King's English. I respect it. Now we say King's English, right?
Kings. So the public schools are the private schools, and then the public schools they call them non-fee paying schools, or they have them as grammar schools. But these are the tough schools. You need to have an exam, and then there are the government schools or whatever. But it's all screwed up in this country. Everything is screwed up. Even the Brits are screwed up.
The whole world's kind of screwed up a little bit.
Well, not America. I mean, we're the greatest.
I mean, there's a lot of good things going on too, but there's definitely it's never going to be a perfect world. You can't really expect perfection.
An American.
Because at least I know I'm free.
Freedom
is everything.
Let freedom ring. Bald eagles, rifles, America, fireworks. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean that's.
If you had an unlimited supply of all of those things, like I think you'd be pretty good. You'd be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, the professor was talking, by the way, about his GMT Master 11670 that he got very early on, and he still has not serviced it for more than 14 years now. 14 years and going, in fact.
That's the all black GMT, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The first one with the ceramic bezel.
Rolex.
Oh,
wearing
man,
a Rolex.
That's
a Rolex.
That's a collector's piece there.
That's a Rolex.
A true collector's
It really
piece.
is. It really is.
That's the one that a novice would mistake for a Submariner. Like that was the experience I had because for whatever reason I found the Submariner first.
Good.
And then whenever I would see the all black GMT, I would think, oh, that's a Submariner, without looking close enough at the bezel insert. Because that's kind of, from a distance, that's the thing that as you get closer, it's hard to pick up the GMT hand. But the bezel insert is what you could really start to see as being like, oh, that's not what a Submariner bezel looks like.
One addition for our education, including my education, I just asked my wife, the schools in the UK which are free, the free schools, are called state schools.
State schools, okay. State school versus public school.
Versus public school, yeah. And then you have the grammar schools, which are state schools, but you enter via exams. You need to be super smart. So, yeah, it's a very nice system. Yeah.
It's a beautiful, beautiful system. Well, I feel a little better now that Spurs won finally after two quick slaps in succession. That brought us back to reality. At least we can beat Fulham. So slim pickings, but thank God.
You know, my son is an avid supporter of Manchester United.
That's good. I like Marcus Rashford a lot, actually. I
Oh.
love that guy, but not a fan of United per se. But I love Marcus Rashford.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I like
You know,
the
these tickets are
celebration.
very expensive, by the way, guys.
What is?
To go into to watch a match, it's like incredibly difficult and expensive. You need to have season
Yeah.
tickets. I
It's
don't know how
because
is it done in the US with football teams.
it's worse. I mean,
Oh, it's worse.
that's the method they have adopted. Actually, that's it should come as no surprise because most of those clubs are now, well, I won't say most, but a lot of the significant clubs are now owned by Americans in the Premier League. So they are importing that model. I don't understand baseball. I don't know baseball, but what I know about baseball is at least that's still one game where you can take the entire family without going bankrupt. But when it comes to NBA and NFL and even NHL, the tickets are very expensive.
Like how much, Lord? Guys, how much is it?
I don't know anymore, but what I can say is my stepfather, he used to be a New England Patriots season ticket holder. And when I was young, and it was kind of early on, like, after after my mother married him, and it was still kind of like, oh, hey, let's do the family thing, right? Like the early part. He's like, oh, let's come to the Patriots games, right? So we would tailgate, and then we would go in, and he had these season tickets, and he decided to sell them before they became the dynasty that won all these Super Bowls. And he had season tickets for years, and I think his motivation to sell them was there was a period of time, and I can't remember which coach it was. I think it was Belichick. I think it was Bill Belichick. But there was a
Before you
period.
got Brady or something?
I can't remember what it was, but I just remember because I was never really a team sports guy. I didn't really ever pay enough attention to it. I actually preferred, the tailgating to actually going in the stadium because, like grilling out in the parking lot, to me that was kind of the fun part. Just being more of a camping individual, but I remember him talking about Belichick. I think Bledsoe, it was like when Drew Bledsoe was still quarterback, like somewhere around that era. And I think he reached a point of frustration with the team when he just got so disappointed that he decided to wash his hands of it and say, you know what, I'm getting out of this. I don't want to spend the money anymore. Because imagine if you're spending the money, whatever the money is, and I never talked about how much he was actually spending, but imagine if you're paying every year to buy these tickets and like your team that you've loved for decades just continually disappoints you. Like how, like I could see that being like kind of a crushing. It's like a really.
Well, look, I mean, I'll say this. I don't actually live in North London, so it's not like I'm a season ticket holder of the Spurs. Probably if I lived in that sort of proximity, I would be much more emotionally invested, which might make me end up crashing and burning at some point. But for me, well, I mean, if you're a Spurs fan, let's be honest, it can't be about winning. It's because it's even made it into British slang. That when you want to say, some your involvement in something soured towards the end or started faltering by the end, you say things got Spursy because this team is just a master of choking. You get to the final, you lose. If you are battling for the title, it's with Leicester City, and even then you come up short and you are the runners up. It's just what it is. You play good football for the most part, and even that is not the case anymore. But hey, I mean, you like it because because coys, you know, come on, you Spurs. That's it. There's no better reason for it. So it's I understand, you know, if I were more emotionally invested in it, if I actually lived in the UK, probably I would have gotten much more bitter, especially after Mourinho and Conte. But you know, I just don't care. I do get angry, and this season I'm particularly incensed. As much as I like what is taking place, you know, for the good of the league. I mean, Arsenal is gonna win, and that's gonna hurt. But it is what it is, you know. It's you have to come to terms with it. But going back to the idea, I think at least $100, Professor, per person, like for a very average ticket, you know, nothing that's too close to the action. Probably, in fact, nosebleed kind of situation. You'll play like $100.
That's a lot, and the concessions are very expensive.
Oh yeah, I mean, where imagine. So if you were to actually take a family with, let's say, 2 kids, chances are, with parking and concessions and, you know, whatever else, you can spend close to $1,000 for that game. I mean, it's that's a lot of money.
It's a luxury, you know, it's a luxury event.
Luxury experience. Luxury.
You gotta make sure your whole family's wearing their Rolexes when you go. You know, just to make sure the plebs know who's who.
It's the Professor, the one and only. If you like the Professor, click the like button. And also, if you are answer the poll, what do you value in watches first and foremost? Precision, timekeeping, or the visual aesthetics? That was something that FP Journe was talking about in his interview that we were just finishing the second part before the Professor came in. We'll go back to that eventually, but please vote in that poll. And while you're voting at the poll, please hit the like button as well. It does help. Honestly, it's one of the things that keeps the lights on, so to speak.
I was curious as to what Professor's answer is to that poll.
Very good question.
Yeah, I woke up and I looked at the poll. The first thing I did is I checked Lord's website. I said, oh, he has a live, so I have to get ready quickly. And then I looked at the poll and I said, this is a tough one. So I voted immediately for the aesthetics, the looks.
Professor,
and I told you just 10 minutes ago that I never look at my watch for the time, right? I think that it's really the aesthetics, that you wear something that is pleasing first to you, the eyes of the beholder, and then to your community. Oh, what a nice watch. Oh, it's nice. Precision, I think it's a difficult one, because I was saying, okay, Lord and his guests, what will they think? Is it precision or is it the aesthetics? And can it be that a watch can combine both precision and aesthetics?
Actually, that was FP Journe's answer there. I'm not gonna play it right now, but
he did. Okay.
Waco asked to him, saying, like, you know, well, it seems that, well, he front loaded the compliment first. He said, you are the best watchmaker of your epoch, and you are the successor to Anderson and Breguet and so many others. And for that reason, you are carrying on the tradition of true watchmaking into the contemporary era, and chronometry is at the heart of that. We look at chronomètre optimum, it's there. Chronomètre à résonance, it's there. We look at your constant force mechanism, remontoir d'égalité, it's there. Why is that? And he said, basically, well, you know, the main purpose of the watch is to give you the time. is to show you the hour. So we do that, but he says it's better if it can be done in a way that combines that with a spectacle, with a beautiful mechanism, right? So in a way, I think, like you said, Professor, there are ways of reconciling. There are ways of bringing together both of these ideas, both of these ideals, in fact, of watchmaking, right? A watch can be beautiful and precise. A watch can be aesthetically pleasing and be chronometrically superior. Of course, why not? These are not diametrically opposed. Hey, Nick. Yeah, but the most people ended up voting for visual aesthetics so far. 65% of the votes out of the 20 votes went for visual aesthetics and 35 for precision timekeeping. And it's not people's fault. I mean, we have put that in an opposition, at least in the poll, you know, A or B. So
I feel
But
like
Lord,
it's,
when
you
you're
know, the
paying a lot of
vanity.
money.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
No, I was just going to say, like, the vanity aspect of the jewelry component of the watches, I think drives that up. You know, like when we put these things on, we do it to dress up, in a sense. You know, we do it to kind of show off. So whether or not someone else who's looking at the timepiece from either across the table or across the room knows it's very accurate, I think for a lot of people, you know, they could see the object and know, oh, that's, you know, that's a nice thing that person have. They either have themselves put together, or they have a decent amount of taste or style, whatever the case may be. So I assume that is why maybe some people would vote in that direction.
And it's funny, St. Peter, I think you're testifying to to the many different voices that you have in your head, because previously you were saying that, hey, and I think that's what the professor was just going to say before we interrupted him. If you're paying a lot of money for a watch, you know, if you are getting like a time only watch from one of these high horological independents, and you are paying almost six figures or low six figures, it better keep good time as well, and not just have beautiful finishing and original design. On the other hand, you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, even though we don't always explicitly recognize it, these are pieces of jewelry. These are beautiful things, beautiful objects that we integrate into our daily life, and that's perhaps their primary appeal to a lot of us, and I can't deny that. Professor, what were you saying earlier?
Yeah, I said exactly what you said. When you pay, 60, 70, 100,000, it better be keeping excellent time. That's it.
Yep.
Of course, it can be a very precise watch, but also a very ugly watch. But a very beautiful watch should be able, at that price range, keep good time. I think both go together.
So, Professor, now that I have you on board, I wanna take advantage of that. We have about 3 more minutes left of this interview, and I do it start stop as you noted. So I will ask for your comments while we are listening to this conversation between François Paul Journe and Wei Ko of Revolution Watch and the Rake, when they're engaged this discussion about the trajectory of F.P. Journe's career, the watches he made along that trajectory and the people he has met. It's in 2 parts so far. A third part is certainly coming. I don't know if it is in 4 parts. I suspect that. The first part was kind of the origin story, and that story was mostly told through the first tourbillon pocket watches and wristwatches that the young François Paul made. How he developed the remontoir d'égalité, the constant force mechanism, what was his inspiration, and ultimately how he thinks of both Abraham Louis Breguet and George Daniels as his ancestors. And in the second part, he's talking about basically the years he worked for other companies, more or less, right? Developing these sorts of mechanisms and making these beautiful watches for them. And we're talking about Asprey London, Breguet, Piaget, and Cartier. And ultimately, he was frustrated with the fact that he had very little control about the design. He had absolutely no say in how these watches were marketed. And there were, in fact, so many instances where he was commissioned to do something and the project was simply not realized. So he had to chuck the watch into a drawer. Or, they promised him to make 100 watches and only 20 was produced. Or, simply again, and he gives this as an example, the Vagabondage, his jumping hour watch, he actually had made for Cartier. That was a project Cartier commissioned François Paul Journe to realize. That's why that particular watch is designed in that cushion-shaped case. That's why that watch was meant to be Cartier Tortue, heure sautante, as they call it, the jumping hour. But it wasn't meant to be, so he threw the watch into a drawer and only brought it out when Osvaldo Patrizzi asked him, with just 6 months to go into the 30th anniversary of Antiquorum, which was coming up in 2004, and he already had the prototype of this watch, which he embellished and developed in 3 examples for him, and then produced in 69 examples for his collectors, and that took off. But ultimately, that was just a way of telling that story of why he had to establish his own brand, because simply he wanted to have more control over his creations. He wanted to know how they will be realized exactly and where they will end up. And he started with very specific retailers, about 30 of them, 10 watches a year for each of them, and then grew from there because people kept asking for more. And ultimately, I think we are now in a situation where he's almost producing 1,000 watches, but not significantly more than that, I don't think.
Que les détaillants. Mais comme on avait à peu près trié les meilleurs détaillants du monde,
ouais.
Et puis bon, on faisait pas beaucoup de montres non plus. Hein, alors, ils en voulaient plus. Parce que on avait peut-être 30 détaillants. Et 30 détaillants, tu leur donnes 10 montres chacun, ouais. Pas grand-chose.
So he was saying exactly that, right? We tried to seek out the best retailers, the best authorized dealers in the world, and perhaps we had about 30, and let's say we made 10 watches to each. We gave 10 watches to each of them, and that's 300 watches basically, and that's not much.
Oui, bien sûr. Et pour moi, je vous considérais le plus grand horloger de notre époque. Parce que vous continuez vraiment l'histoire de horlogerie vraie du XVIIIe siècle, de Edison, de Anti-Janvier, de Breguet. Et pour voir la chronométrie, c'est quelque chose qui est incroyablement important. Les résonances, c'est chronométrique. Le tourbillon avec les remontoirs d'égalité, c'est chronométrique. Le chronomètre optimum, c'est incroyablement chronométrique.
Yeah, that again, Waco, ever so restrained in his praise, said, like, I consider you the best watchmaker in your era. The successor of these such 19th century luminaries as Anderson and Breguet and whatever else. And chronometry is very important to you, right? This is what inspired the poll that's still running in our chat.
Pourquoi c'est important pour vous? C'est l'horlogerie vraie comme ça, oui.
And why is it so important to you? This is it's because it is true horology, isn't it?
Parce que a priori, comme je le dis souvent, la politesse d'une montre, c'est de donner l'heure.
Ouais. Oui. Absolument.
Donc, autant qu'elles essayent de donner bien l'heure, oui, avec un spectacle et un joli mécanisme, un beau spectacle pour les yeux de celui qui la porte.
So not to get too repetitive, but as I mentioned right before, this is what he says, right? Ultimately, yes, I do. First and foremost, the purpose of a watch is to give you the hour, is to show you the time properly. So of course, but I try to combine that with a beautiful mechanism, with an attractive mechanism, with a nice spectacle, with something that would be pleasing to the eye of the person who wears the watch.
Oui, ou qui la possède. Mais moi, je suis resté sur ces bases de l'horlogerie, oui, parce que c'est celles qui m'ont construite. Mais si tu veux, regardons par exemple dans la musique.
That to me is the foundation of horology. Let me give you an example from the world of music.
Quelqu'un qui invente de la musique, oui, crée de la musique. Il ne peut pas ignorer Mozart, il ne peut pas ignorer Beethoven, il ne peut pas ignorer l'histoire de la musique. Oui.
If you want to apply your trade, in a certain genre of music, of course, not in general, because he gives a very specific example. He says you can't ignore Mozart, you can't ignore Beethoven.
Oui.
You can't ignore the history of music.
Continue. Et de temps en temps, il y a un fou génial qui s'appelle Stravinsky qui arrive et qui change tout.
So you can't ignore. You have to continue that. You have to continue that tradition. But once every so often, a genius comes like Stravinsky, and he changes everything.
Mais il n'y en a pas souvent. Et dans l'horlogerie, il n'y a pas eu vraiment de Stravinsky depuis 200 ans. Le dernier Stravinsky, c'était Abraham Breguet. Oui.
And in the world of horology, we didn't really have Stravinsky for a long while. Perhaps Breguet was that.
Absolument. Celui qui a changé tout d'un coup. Et maintenant vous.
And he changed everything. And then you. Waco says again, ever so conservative in his praise, that he doles in equal fashion, by the way, to Tag Heuer, Jacob & Co. and F.P. Journe. So kind of dilutes the whole thing, but it's his way of doing business. You can't blame the guy's hustle. You can't hate him for it.
Moi, j'ai pas changé. Je continuais sur les... J'apporte une pierre. L'histoire de l'horlogerie est un grand mur. J'essaie de mettre une pierre ou deux.
Okay, now, again, I was surprised by this because, again, I was saying that earlier that F.P. Journe, thankfully, is not someone to indulge in false humility. So for that reason, I do actually believe in him when he's humble like this. And I'm going to ask for the professor's opinion on this. Waco jumped and said, well, you are a Breguet. You are the genius who changed everything for us in this time. And he says, no, I just continue the tradition. If we think of the tradition of horology as a wall, I carried and I put a brick or two, a stone or two into this wall, and I played my part in that. What do you think is, Professor, if you're still there, what do you think of F.P. Journe's contribution to horology? The professor is gone. So, Aidan or SP, you have anything to say?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that I generally believe Wei meant it. Like when he tells every other owner of a company, I don't think he means it the same way. I know Wei enough from being a fan of his platforms, as I've stated before, and like genuinely feeling like I've gained quite a bit of knowledge from the content that he produces.
For sure.
His interviews with Goldberger, one of my heroes, and Eric Koo, like if it wasn't for Revolution, I probably wouldn't be the Cartier fanboy, right, that I am right now. Like
That's right.
and
that was legendary, by the way. The when they were examining together Goldberger's Cartier's Tank Centré collection. Oh my god, that's a legendary interview, by the way. Yeah.
So the algorithm fed me that interview where Goldberger's got the tray, the giant red Cartier box with like 2 layers of Centrés in it. And if you don't know this stuff, like when you watch it the first time, you're looking at it and you're like, what? You're like, oh, it's like a bunch of watches, they look similar. Then you learn about these and you realize, like, holy shit, like every one of those things is a unicorn in there. And he's just got like cases filled with them. And then with Eric Koo. So, I think when Wei says it to Journe, like I actually think he means it. And
when he says it to Tak Hoya and Jacob Enko, you don't think he means it?
Well, Jacob, I think, is actually really interesting. The story with Jacob for me is particularly endearing in that I believe Jacob was either an immigrant or a first generation American who essentially ground his way up to the pinnacle of haute jewelry, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, or like this high jewelry making. Ultimately from basically a diamond district jeweler.
You are right about that. Yes.
So his story to me is actually really, really fascinating because like there was the whole Pharrell, like Pharrell sold his Jacob original jewelry collection, and just recently Drake was seen wearing multiple pieces from that sale. So the culture, the deep culture, specifically this kind of American pop, rap, and hip hop culture that this who now is like this guy who's making some of the most expensive timepieces you could buy is immersed in. I actually think when Wei says it to Jacob, like I think he's saying it in his own unique and honest way as well, but not the way that he means it when he talks to Francois. When he's talking to F.P. Journe, I genuinely believe, I think Waco thinks F.P. Journe and like Denny Flejulet, right? And I can't remember the watchmakers from Urwerk, but like I think the guys from Urwerk, Debitoon, Greubel Forsey and FP Journe, like in my mind, from what I take from him, I would imagine those are the pinnacle of living watchmakers.
You mean Baumgartner?
Yeah,
right?
Felix, right? Felix.
Yeah.
Yep. And
yeah, okay. What now that your apology of Waco is concluded, can you actually tell me what you think of FP Journe's place in today's watchmaking?
I actually do think that I think he's quite exceptional. I think the way that he integrates complication and design is outstanding. Just in my opinion, I don't think there's many other watchmakers that really can hold a candle to him in that regard. And that being said, I also find, because of my personal taste, he's never really that high up on the list. So I have a feeling that over time I'm going to sing him more praises. But for whatever reason right now, I don't know why I want to give him all these accolades. I think part of that is because of the hype over the past couple of years, like just the rapid inflation of Journe interest and hype. There's something to me that's a little off-putting about that. I mean, I've just seen it happen with artists in the contemporary art world, and the commodification aspect of it to me is a little unsettling. But
I will just repeat you a lesson that you have served. Actually, I think this was something that you said on this channel. There are a couple of different ways to be affected by the hype, and just moving away from certain timepieces is one way of doing that. I think it was you who said something like this just a couple of weeks ago, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think
if it was like a profound statement, then it was me. But if it wasn't,
it was a profound statement.
So it was me. That's correct.
Not this knee-jerk reaction for that you dole out so easily for other YouTubers. Anyone except for me, I think. But yes, what do you think, Professor, about FP? Unless you are running away, of course. You just turned off your camera. Are you still there? Oh, you're on the phone. Okay, I understand. I think that going back, I will ask Aidan as well. For me, some of FP Journe's watches to me is almost the perfect blend, like you implied there, St. Peter, between horological innovation and aesthetic design. So I'm actually not surprised at all by his answer here that he's guided in response to this specific question. He's guided both by chronometry and aesthetic concerns, and the aspiration to create a spectacle, to create a beautiful mechanism. Because that one of the things that I love to hate in watch YouTube is that people love repeating the same thing over and over. Like about Lange und Söhne, for example, people would constantly say the back of the watch looks more beautiful than the face of the watch, etc. And the reason I respond to that in a very sexually inappropriate manner is because I'm just tired of that that lazy phrase. To me, it just shows that you really don't know how to look at the face of the watch to begin with, to see a beauty that strays just by a tiny fraction from everything that you are used to see on the dial of Rolex or Patek.
I don't believe I've ever said that.
I don't think you did.
Not suggesting that you were saying that I did, but there is a reason why I've never said it. And it's because I do think that the art and the restraint that is on the dial of a true Alanga masterpiece, which there are many of that we could look at, that in itself is an exercise in excellence. You know, like the way that their dials can be at the same time, there's enough ornamentation, but they can also be somewhat austere, you know, and stripped down and maybe, and they may seem banal to some people, but I would describe them as being refined.
Yeah, I think I was using universal you, and you thought I was addressing you or something. I never implied that.
No. Sorry, just for clarification.
But yeah, there are many people who have that sort of laziness. But to insist on a similar thing about FP Journe, I think there's just such an incredible balance between the care and attention that is shown in putting together and designing the faces and the dials of the watches, as well as the architecture of the movement, right? Yes, in the age of macro photography that people share on Instagram, perhaps FP Journe movements don't have the most impressive anglage. I will concede you that. And again, not you, Saint Peter, but the person that I'm addressing here, right? The general common sense. Oh, FP Journe movements are crudely finished, whatever that means. But I see the same balance that I see when I look at the dial of a chronomètre résonance. When I turn around the watch and look at the movement, I never have the impression, which you can have sometimes, especially in watches that that have an exhibition case back just for the sake of it, where you're just looking at a movement, and it might as well belong to 100 other watches, even though it might be an in-house movement supposedly designed and produced in that manufacturer. Whereas you will never have that sort of experience when you look at an FP Journe watch. And again, I'm saying this as someone who is not really emotionally or financially invested in this brand. I think there are about 2 watches that I like in his entire catalog to own. Otherwise, the rest of it, I just admire and adore from a distance and appreciate as really both horological and artistic objects, because they, to me, exemplify the sense of balance front and back, inside and out. Now, whether that makes him the watchmaker of the 21st century, I will leave that to the historians in the 22nd century to decide. I don't think it's my place to decide on that, but I can at least describe my feeling. Professor, are you back?
I'm back. This is my phone. Just commenting to Bruce G. This is my other phone. Yeah.
Yeah, Prof definitely avoiding putting his FP Journe opinions on the record. Yes, it was Bruce G. It was Chanel calling, in fact, and issuing a cease and desist to El Professor. If you malign the name, we are gonna sue you. Chanel was saying, since they have a stake, as you know, and it's not a coincidence that the stake of FP Journe has been rising since Chanel bought a stake in that brand in 2017.
Yeah, the first one who will sue me will be Patek.
I'm not sure if anyone, I mean, not that I'm encouraging them to give it a try, but I'm not sure anyone has been ever sued for talking shit on YouTube about watches. But there's always a first. There's always a first.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Look, okay, Mr. FP Journe. There is an element of high horlogerie, to use my little French here, but there is also a lot of hypeness in this, right? And people talk about it as if this is, the center of the universe in watchmaking.
Right.
It certainly, it's a hyped brand, but what isn't? Is it good? Yes, aesthetically they're very beautiful watches. Um, I'm just not sure that I will pay all this money in my current state. And unfortunately, my concern is that a lot of people get involved in this journey of watches whilst they haven't fixed and addressed their finances. Being an economist, of course, that's a concern, but that's okay. Beautiful watches, very expensive. As you said, Lord, not to repeat again, but I have to. 21st century, 22nd century historians will have to look at 21st century FP Journe and judge him. Are there other brands like him? Yes, and even better, but not hyped. I think you mentioned a few, and the esteemed panelists mentioned a few, and so forth, and always you cover some of them. Yes, it's nice, but will I cough up whatever is now the price, 100 and something? No, I'm not going to do it. Even if I had the money, what is enough money? That's a different discussion. But yeah, I prefer to move away from all these group think watches. I call them now group think watches. And maintain myself on the one and only brand, which is Rolex. Isn't it a group think brand? Of course it is.
Yes.
But I go for the older ones. I stick to my one and done or near done.
This is almost I was right before I started my live stream. I was listening to Watch Nicholas's live stream, and there was a little bit of a heated argument going on there between two characters, and one of them was taking the other one to task for making the mistake of saying a positive thing or half a positive thing about Andrew Tate.
Ouch.
Yeah. And he was basically saying, like, what the guy is a con artist, he's trying to teach all these weak men to be men. And then the guy who said these things started doling out advice about how to be a man. So we shouldn't listen to Andrew Tate, but some random loser from some other corner of the world should feel the authority to give advice on masculinity in the 21st century and how we should carry ourselves around. So yes, like we shouldn't go for hype brands, but we should go for Rolex, which is certainly a hype brand.
What can I say? Is there a brand that is not hyped?
Yes. Like there's a lot from 40s and 50s that are not even remembered.
I actually feel like Lange, like they've been getting a lot more attention over the past couple of years, but like when you see their secondhand gray market prices, they're still exceptional value, in my opinion, for what you get.
And it's the thing people, again, speaking of groupthink, people read Instagram accounts and watch a few YouTube videos that give you just the average and sometimes the median price, right? Which is all, of course, imbalanced and very slanted, because all of that includes the high rates that the stainless steel Odysseus is going for. So, like you said, St. Peter, when you actually, with all the gains in financial value retention that Lange has made by achieving a certain mainstream recognizability, it still is, compared to their list prices, incredible value. Like, you can get a Lange 1 Platinum in with a moon phase for an entry level Lange 1 in white gold or pink gold that you would get at retail. You can
There
get.
was, I'm sorry to interrupt, but like I just have to say, like, there was from this recent IWJG or whatever, like that big Miami show, right? Like one of the videos that I saw online was like there was a dotograph, like an original series with the Roman numerals on the dial, platinum case, black silver dial for under $70,000. I mean,
That was my next example. I was gonna say, today you would have to wait, but you also, even if you had it now, you would pay like at least 110 or a little more out of the door for that piece.
Yep,
but you can get
with
it
tax. Absolutely, with tax, it would be upwards of 100.
Yeah, so but on the secondary market, like you said, St. Peter, you can get one for 7. Well, that's still, excuse my French, a shitload of money for a watch, of course. But in terms of the relative deal you are getting, that's still an interesting brand.
But if you ask me, I mean, would I rather have 3 Bitcoins or a datograph? I mean, if anyone asked me that question at any point in time, my answer would always be a datograph.
Bitcoins.
Bitcoin.
Professor's going for the Bitcoin.
Of course.
I highly prefer the Bitcoin.
It is going to the moon, guys. I don't know, like Lord, I have I've been a hater of crypto. You've heard me.
You have it on good authority that it's going to the moon now.
I'm telling you now that it's going up. Well, actually, with those few exceptions that I was lying before. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, just so you guys know, if there's anyone who can give financial advice, it is El Profesor, but we don't actually give any financial or investment advice on this channel. So it's just comedy, guys.
It is comedy.
It's entertainment.
And everyone knows by now, anyone who knows if I'm talking about money, they also know I, within the deepest depth of my soul, believe money is fake. Right. So, just take that into consideration, because when I'm talking about crypto, like I fundamentally believe money in itself is fake. So
are you saying this is all just made up and it's just pieces of paper?
Paper.
Well, the thing is, Bitcoin
I don't even believe in paper. I don't even think paper is real.
Well, the thing is the function of Bitcoin, and that's what separates it to make it different from other things. Well, we don't want to get down that rabbit hole, do we?
Aside, but yes, so there are no, non-hype watch brands. Some of our viewers, like Jeffrey Blue, is giving good examples. Again, Breguet might be such an esteemed name, but he gave the example of the Classique. I have an example from personal experience of the now discontinued but much vaunted Type 20 in the aéronaval form that you can easily pick up for what it 35-40% of what it used to retail for, and certainly half easily if it's unworn. so there's a lot of deals, even where you least expect it. But of course, you also have like, a lot of 40s, 50s, 60s pieces, where you have all these, genuinely great watches for the time period, who have the same kinds of mechanisms and similar aesthetics to what are very desirable models from the same time period. I mean, this won't surprise you, of course, because you remember that first episode of Talking Watches at Hodinky ever. Speaking of John Goldberger interviews, that was always, of course, iconic. The whole incident with the charcuterie knife and unfortunately, I don't speak Greek, Professor. So, he has that moment, where Ben Clymer asks him, if all of these watches, and that's one of the sparks, right? If all of these watches run on the same movement, why does the Rolex cost
right
5 times more than the others?
Because it says Rolex on the dial.
And in fact, he says all these things,
I'll remember
design, etc. But he says, is Rolex,
it says Rolex. Is Rolex, because it says Rolex on the dial.
That's it.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Like, that is a direct quote. Like, because he says, like, at one point in time, he literally says, "Oh, it says Rolex on it. That's why." Like, and Ben
is Rolex. Not even it says Rolex. He says, in the most Italian way possible, is Rolex. No, is Rolex.
Is Rolex. Yeah.
That's it.
Do you guys think Rolex is overpriced or not?
All right, wait, Aiden, sometimes I do need to stop you. I usually, but let us finish this point. So the idea is again, there's so much value when you look, especially in the broad sweep of history. There's so many different alternatives and so many great brands that it's not only Rolex and Patek and Royal Oak for Audemars Piguet, etc. There's like, when you look at dress watches, for example, from late 50s and 60s, there are Vacheron Constantin watches that you can pick up for a song, that you can pick up for half of what you would pay for a date just today, out of the door.
Platinum and diamonds.
I sent you. I shared you.
I know you did.
That's already gone, by the way.
I know, man. Dude, I wish I had the money, because I would have been like, "Oh, I'll take it." But this is why, this is why you consult. This is why you consult a guy like YB. Because if you're ready to buy and you're like, "Oh, I don't know, what am I interested in?" Because he is paying attention to a lot of these markets, and I know he's always got an eye out for a good deal. So
this is, of course, if you know, this is a real insight. We specialize in pre-owned Patek Philippe and Rolex watches. Oh man,
we specialize.
Old school Archie. It never gets old. Jewelers in time, man.
Yeah, I agree, Lord. It's are they overpriced? Of course, like every other luxury product.
Right.
If you only knew what is the price, the cost of production, you guys will not touch a watch again.
Which, by the way, Professor, I'm not sure if that's always. I mean, I know it's kind of like you get to learn how the sausage is made kind of moment when it comes to watches or any luxury product. On the other hand, and yes, a lot of it, yes, you are paying for the brand, you are paying for the marketing, you're paying for the celebrity endorsements, but you're also paying, when it comes to an actual quality luxury product, you are also paying for the legacy, for the expertise, for the know-how, savoir-faire that they have accumulated over the ages, which you can't replicate in your basement at a fraction of the cost, right?
The luxury watch.
I know it costs. If it costs 1 unit, it sells for 11 units. I know that's how it works. JJ's Watch Hangout. This is a friendly platform to us. Love you, JJ. Thank you for supporting the channel, and thank you for your super chat. 199. Thoughts on the Zenith Defy Skyline, blue or black? Let's pull it up. These are the new skeletonized pieces that came out in LVMH Watch Week and first presented actually in Singapore. Great, their website is not working properly. Let's pull it up some other way.
Pull it up, young Brando. Pull it up.
I am trying to, but their website actually doesn't work, which is very interesting.
It's under construction.
Gotcha.
Well, we will then be a guest to, let's see if
try just a quick Google search. Maybe you could get the pictures.
Revolution probably has written on this, so we can continue
blasphemy. Why
learning from Waco and his team.
That's one of them right there, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
These two. We are talking about the skeleton version, right, JJ? Please confirm that. But yes, I think this is what we are talking about.
This is an easy one for me. I'm going black.
And what about your general view of the watch? Do you like the Defy as a design? Do you like particularly this iteration of it, which has what is it, tetra decagonal bezel and an octagonal case?
I actually when this release came out, I wasn't particularly interested in it because this series from Zenith hasn't really resonated with me. But my only gripe with this watch, like if I actually had to change one thing, is that, and this goes back to our much earlier conversation about open work and skeletonization, but there's this architecture and grid work. Like Ulysse Nardin right now, I believe this is a big part of their aesthetic too that kind of rubs me the wrong way, where there are these aspects of the plate or the bridges or whatever the case may be that don't actually align with the indices, but they're close, right? And so when I look at that, I'm just like I just want to, I just want to take this watch and just like move a few things a little bit. And so for me, it's like I would never buy this thing because of that. Because overall, when at first glance I look at it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's kind of cool looking, but like I would just want to move around the dial architecture so that the intersections actually point at the hour markers, which I think would give you a similar aesthetic, but actually improve legibility.
I think my perspective on it is somewhat similar, but I'm a little more positive about it. If you ask me about the Zenit Defy in general. I like the Revival model, which takes cues from the original late 60s design, which to me has a much more interesting and original case, whereas this looks like every other integrated bracelet sports watch designed after the hype, with all due respect, even though it has that extended legacy. And I will show the Revival just to see what I mean in a second. When it comes to this piece, we're basically on the same page, but I will try to say, this is a watch that's designed with Zenit's fan and collector in mind, because the bridges, those open work bridges, iterate the four-pointed star logo of Zenit, right? So it's from one perspective, as we were talking about open worked watches, it looks like an open worked watch done with no particular reason. On the other hand, that's the reason they wanted to iterate and express their one version of their symbol, one version of their logos on the very dial of the watch, and do that in a unique way. And that's what they came up with. Whether that resonates with me, not really, but I do appreciate one thing, that flashing seconds, the 1/10 of a second indicator at 6 o'clock, what they call in Switzerland foudroyant. That's a nice little visual interest for me, and it's something that resonates with Zenit's legacy, because El Primero, being the first integrated self-winding chronograph movement, at least one of the first that can have that claim, was also a high frequency movement, a high beat movement, and that's 1/10 of a second precision is something that they have gained thanks to that legacy of producing high beat movements. So what else to show on your dial, on your small seconds display, than that flashing seconds exhibition or expression? So that's what I really like about this watch. Whether I would get this watch, I'm not too hot on skeletonized and open worked watches in general, but I feel like this is a cool watch for a Zenit collector, for someone who has already perhaps a few Zenits in the collection, or even a few Defies. And just before I pass the mic to Aiden, this is the Revival case shape that I like a little better, with these very stylized chamfers that accentuates the octagonal case, which takes the center stage, and you still have that bezel design, but it just looks much more unique with or without this ladder bracelet, which I'm not too hot on, but I really like this one that they put out with the burgundy dial, and it's also at a much more attractive price point, let's put it that way, the Defy Revival compared to Defy Skyline, the open worked watch we were just looking at. What do you think, Aiden?
I think first of all, like if I knew that somebody owned that watch, I would immediately think, wow, this person is probably a watch enthusiast, because normally you go for a brand like Rolex or something like that. So that's just the thing that initially comes to mind. On the back of the case, I noticed it does have like screws, a bunch of screws. For me, that's kind of like a turnoff if there's a bunch of screws to hold the case back down. I don't know. I just prefer one that just has a screw down case back, normal one.
Sure.
But overall, I think the aesthetics are actually kind of interesting. It's definitely not a boring watch. And if I was gonna get it, I would definitely choose the blue one over the black. And that's just my preference. I think it pops a bit more and it's a bit more fun. And would I buy the watch myself? Would I seek to get that? No, I don't think that I really would. I don't know. Zenith is just kind of not like. I mean, Rolex used Zenith, so I feel like they're kind of riding off of that, where it's like, in some ways, some people just buy because they're like, oh, well, Rolex used Zenith, so I don't know, but it is a cool watch.
What do you think, Professor?
They should keep it. There are two iterations in the history. They've done two things. One is they produced the El Primero, and that really helped Rolex. And then they gave Rolex their CEO. So two good things for the watch world. The rest is, I wouldn't even bother with these watches. I mean, we go from Patek to the Volkswagen.
Professor is I love this because it's like you have people, for example, when it comes to certain idea of a Eurocentrism, for example, there are a lot of people who are apologetic about it, who feel bad because their ancestors were colonialists, and it's white guilt, as they say. And then there are others who are like, hey, it is what it is. So Professor belongs to that group when you transport it into the horological space, that they can keep it, at least they have existed to benefit Rolex in some way. But, beyond that, they have no use. This is the Professor's review of Zenith's entire history. That's hard.
Yeah,
that's
hard. It's hard.
I
have a friend. He recently bought a Zenith. I don't even bother with what he bought. He paid $16,000-$17,000.
Damn! Holy shit!
Yeah, he coughed up. Anyway, he's very wealthy. I don't worry about that.
It doesn't matter.
This is breakfast money for him. So he was asking me, shall I get the black? Shall I get the blue? Shall I get the limited? Shall I get the... I said, listen, man, just buy a Rolex. Forget all this gimmicky stuff. Blue, black.
Archie, is that you? Archie, is that
must
you?
Be Archie.
Stream? Did we just hear Archie?
No, I mean, I think we need an exorcist, because Archie has seized the Professor's body, I think, just by Rolex. That's an easy answer to everything. Just anyone.
He's been possessed by the pontiff.
He has all the other brands. This friend of mine, actually, he's in Geneva as of yesterday. So if I send you pictures of the watches that he's planning to buy, so I told him, listen, why do you bother with the little man? Zenith. You're up there with the titans.
Yeah.
With the creme de la creme. You dine and wine with Mr. Stern. Why bother with this? I mean, you give this to your driver. He has a driver. Give this to your driver, and you wear the big ones.
Professor,
maybe he actually likes it. Maybe he actually likes these watches, Professor. Have you thought about that little possibility?
Yeah, he gave one to his wife. The white dial. I said, goody. That looks exactly like a Swatch. Excellent choice. You just paid $14,300 more. And then he bought one for himself. And he asked me, do you like it? And I said, yeah, it's okay, So, yeah, that's my view of Zenith. Nice brand. They produce good people for Rolex. Thank you. Keep on doing what you're doing, but I wouldn't spend the money. If I were to spend the money,
it's
I
not
would
Rolex,
just collect the money and buy something else.
Professor,
And he
can you
has all
say
the
man on the moon? You say man on the moon if Pontiff is you know.
No,
that's
no, I
your-
wouldn't even bother with Omega. They should keep the brand and produce watch. Stop Omega and produce watch. You know, just ask Swatch to produce the moon watches for them, and that's great. Yeah. So he asked me about this brand, my friend. He a month ago he said to me, "Hey, everybody's raving about this brand, FB something." I said, "FB something is good. Have they offered you a watch?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Listen, man, the only thing you're missing from your collection is this brand that you cannot pronounce."
Uh,
Um,
I
get
think
it?
speaking of FP something, let's finish the last bits of information, last pearls that he's gonna share with us.
L'histoire de la musique.
Oui.
Et il continue. Pour le jury, je continuais sur les. J'apporte une pierre. L'histoire d'horloger est un grand mur. J'essaie de mettre une pierre ou deux pour qu'il soit un peu plus grand.
Peut-être plus que de.
Écoute, l'histoire dira, mais déjà une pierre ou deux, c'est pas mal parce qu'il y en a qui en mettent jamais.
Ah oui, c'est ça.
He said, well, you know, if you think of the history of horology as a great wall, I carried over and maybe put two more, one or two more stones on it, so that it becomes more, you know, more grand, greater. And he said maybe Waco said maybe more than two stones, and he said, well, you know, that's even if it's just two stones, two bricks, that's good enough, because there's so many who don't even do that, who contribute zero.
C'est vrai.
Ouais. Et quand j'ai dessiné l'optimum, je me suis rendu compte que je pouvais mettre un petit compteur derrière, pour faire un deuxième pour voir la seconde mort comme ça. Et j'ai dit, mais bon sang, je suis vraiment con, parce que sur le premier tourbillon, le bracelet, j'ai pas pensé à la seconde mort.
So
I got to head off here, so I just want to say, hey, thanks for having me on, and I really appreciate it, guys. Great show today.
Hey, no worries, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, Aidan. That was actually, take care. That was actually the end of this part of the interview. I think Wei and François-Paul Journe are going to pick it up in the next one. And he was just talking about when he was designing the chronometre optimum, he actually put the using the mechanism that already existed. He put dead beat seconds on the back, and he was saying, well, you know, I'm a fool, you know, why didn't I think of doing this when I was doing the tourbillon with the remontoir d'égalité? Because the remontoir that he uses is a 1 second one, so you can, if you can connect it to the pinion of another second's hand, which would allow you to display dead seconds, which he put in this watch to the back. Nick Butter, thank you so much. We will hopefully resume this this interview in the third part as well. I'm not closing the show right away, because I do want to respond to Nick Butter's question. Just listening and learning, especially on the FPs, the Lune Black Label, caliber 13003. What do you guys think of that one? It's more my style. Now, guys, the Black Label watches of FP Journe, you know, we talked about the difficulty of getting them. When it comes to the Black Label, which are much more limited and boutique exclusive, those are even more difficult to get. So I mean, just so we know what we are talking about, and how difficult to even think of purchasing these watches at retail, and how much they would be going for on the secondary market, I can't even imagine.
I mean, I feel like Black Label Journe, you know, if you could get into it, like if you could afford to purchase it, it's just a solid investment. You know, I know we're not supposed to talk about timepieces that way, but you know, like if this hobby continues on the trend that it has,
Mhm.
a brand like this, you know, a marquee brand like this, and like a black dial, not only because everyone who knows Journe knows, oh, the black dial, that's the super exclusive one, but it just is quite elegant, and you know, you could wear it with a tuxedo, you could wear it with a t-shirt. It doesn't really matter. You know, it's like I feel like if you could get into this piece, even with an inflated secondary price point, and you hold on to it for a while, like I mean, it's just gonna be an amazing collector's piece to have. So
I think that's a great judgment. Look, I mean, again, I've said before that of you can say a bunch of things about François Paul Jean as a person, but one thing that I really do appreciate about him is that, again, he doesn't indulge in false humility, and at some moments he has said, like, you know, look, buy my watches while you can and while I'm still alive, because they will be even more unaffordable and unobtainable once I die. And it's said in jest to a certain extent, but it also echoes with what we were saying earlier about the artistic vision that he has, the design aesthetic that he has. He really does consider himself as an artist. Well, will he be considered as an artist in the future, looking back? We can't know that, but for at least short to midterm, again, I'm not qualified to give that sort of judgment. I'm not occupying divine purview or something like that. But I think St. Peter has his finger on the pulse. If this is something that you can buy at retail or that you can get into otherwise, it will probably be a worthy watch. I will say this: I do romanticize more the hand wound Jeans, but the Octa series is also very interesting, and I do love those full 22 karat rotors as well. Um, I love a moon phase, that I used to, it took me a long time to appreciate moon phases because I was approaching it the wrong way. I was looking for some genuine utility, and I was like, well, this is useless. Why is it on the dial? But I think it's one of the best things to have actually on the dial of a mechanical watch, because it's a very beautiful reminder of how useless the,
I mean,
the whole enterprise is.
talking about, I mean, just like, we had the whole conversation about like the nerdy pickup line thing. It's like being able to like hold out your wrist to someone and be like, hey, like this piece of jewelry on my wrist actually tracks the phases of the moon. As we know, certain individuals, can be very sentimental about astrology and things of that nature. And I personally, like, when the moon is out and that fucker is shining bright, like there is something in the air. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like when I am out in the world and the moon is bright and bold and shining down on the earth, like there is there is an energy in the air, and the idea that I can pay attention to that and halfway towards when the full moon's going to be, just look down the rest and be like, oh, there's a full moon coming up. That's pretty cool.
And honestly, also, I mean, I'm wearing a moon phase watch, and it's a great, like, the way the background faded. It's a great complement to the silver dial. but I have to admit, it just looks. It makes me feel a certain way against the black. I think it just looks much better. The moon phase, that is. I mean, again, I love my watch.
Right.
And it does show the correct phase of the moon, which is just starting to peak out. But I do love how that black label gives sort of the full contrast expression to that starry night sky and the realistic depiction of the moon that you see on that. And that's by the way a whole thing onto its own that I obsess over. I love them all too by this point. Is it
The smiley
humorous
face,
one?
yeah.
Is it
The
an
blonde
anthropomorphic one?
yeah.
Is it a realistic one? Is it more of a romantic one? I love them all. And this watch, in a way, it reminds me of a lot of what I love about Lange One too. So I can get into this very easily.
Professor, what about the moon phase? Do you is it appealing to you, or are you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't even see the moon phase if I wear this watch. I can't even see any of the writings. Yeah.
That's okay. But you did say that you don't care about those things anyways, right?
No, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I think after 45, 50, unless you wear glasses for reading due to astigmatism, you don't see your watch. Of course, if you are too fat and suffer from diabetes, then forget it. Then you don't see anything. So these are nice watches. These are the watchmakers who put their nice lenses and microscopes, and they come up with these watches, but they're not for humans. It's for, the falcon eye people. So we go back to Rolex.
Right.
Everything reverts back to the mean.
Well, here's a funny thing. So my brother and I were both blessed with exceptional eyesight considering our parents, because growing up, both my father and my mother had corrective lenses, with different forms of astigmatism, and my brother and I were, my brother just turned 40. I'm a couple of years away from 40, and we've never had to wear corrective lenses. And I genuinely believe my eyesight, actually, I personally, although it's a hard thing to admit, just like any kind of aging thing, I think it is kind of starting to go, because I've always taken so much pride in how good it is that any time that I have to doubt it now, it's like an acknowledgement of my own mortality. I'm like, well, it was good while it lasted, and I got almost 4 decades out of exceptional eyesight. The last time I got an eye test done, it was like 2015.
Look, I mean, you do realize that not too long ago in history, once you hit your 40s, that was basically a good, a life well lived, and you were probably going to leave this earth in that decade. So
I have had a life well lived. I'm trying to retire, man, like as soon as possible.
That's it. But yes, going back to that, waxing poetic about moon phase as a complication, I think, again, I think it is very quaint that we not only wear on a daily basis mechanical watches on our wrist, but also obsess over them to the extent that we can actually sustain a conversation for 4 hours and a half on a live stream about something like this. So to me, it's very romantic, and in a way, it's almost meta to have on that mechanical watch a moon phase indicator that's also operated by mechanically, and is pretty damn precise in a good quality watch like this. So to me, to have that reminder of how close it can get in terms of precision by orienting itself towards even certain movements in nature and celestial movements, how human beings have told time like that for millennia before we chanced upon other ways of telling time and somehow perfected until late 60s this particular way of displaying and telling time with well calibrated and regulated watch mechanisms, and how they are still with us even though they have largely outlived their utilitarian purpose. I think for me, the moon phase, beyond simply being an astronomical complication, reminds me of that, right? How certain objects in our lives still mean something to us, even if they may have exhausted their utility. So I love a moon phase on the Watchman, and it's again on this one it looks beautiful. I prefer hand wound FP Journe watches in general, and again for whatever reason, when my mind moves into that high horological realm, that rarefied realm, somehow that's what I look towards. But I mean, that's a silly hang up that I have personally. More broadly, I don't see why you wouldn't go for an Octa if that's what you like and if that's what you're offered as well. If you can get even any other dial of this particular piece, I think you should absolutely go for it.
How much is this selling, guys?
The black label isn't selling. In fact, I don't know if you can actually source an exact.
Hypothetically, let's say it was selling. How much was it selling?
Let's see. I'm gonna
Just
look up
at auction, right? This is like
yeah, I'm gonna look up at auctions and see if they have any models. Because I think there were a few watches in the usual suspects that sold recently. Okay, I think I found one. It's in an Hong Kong based place called Wrist Check.
That's Austin Chu's.
That's right. Horoloop. Yeah, that's his.
This is the store that he started.
And I think he already sold at least a stake in it to some immense. Okay, so $250,000.
Right. Yeah.
That's what they sell for in the secondary market.
Yep. Journe is no joke. I mean, I feel like their rarity. Well, it's all the things that we've discussed. It's like so many of the points of the conversation with Wei Ko, and about Journe's experience and his proximity and education with so many incredibly important orological historical figures, and the way that he was able to be like a true trendsetter and trailblazer with regards to independent watchmaking, which, as everyone knows, is the current vogue. Like, that is the current fashion. So it would make sense that Journe, as being one of these really early frontiersmen of that particular genre of the contemporary watchmaking space, that right now, people are trying to snap the pieces up, and they're hard to come by. And I think the fact that they you can't really get them at retail, in a way that, people say the same thing about Rolex, but everyone knows, well, yeah, you could get Rolex at retail, but Journe, they're making 900 pieces a year, between 9 and 1,200, something like that.
Probably, yeah. Let's say 1,000, and cut the difference. But yes, even if it's 1,200, that's still not too many.
It's not many pieces. I think considering, when you see the auction values,
right?
Because all the speculators who are entering this hobby that actually have capital to put into it for investment purposes, they're affecting these market trends. Like, I think that's been a big part of not only the auction prices, but also gray market prices. People who are entering the space maybe being attracted by, seeing what a retail price for an AP or an RM or a Rolex, once they actually get into the marketplace and they're real investors, then they educate and they find out about these brands. They know, well, hey, I have the money, I could buy it. And Journe has been performing incredibly well in the auction and secondary market. So, if you're trying to buy assets, like, it seems like this is a really good one to buy.
By the way, just to put it in perspective, that was a 40 millimeter black label that Risk Check in Hong Kong had listed for about $500,000 in the US currency, and this is another version of it. A more plain Jane, I guess you might say, iteration with the silver dial, and that's at Takuya Watches for about $56,000, and that's a 42 millimeter version.
Get me two.
Right.
Yeah, 42 is too big for me, so I can't do this.
I mean, this seems. Yeah, I wish I was in this space, because I feel like being able to get into a Journe for that price point. It's platinum. It's a platinum dress watch. It's a good time to be a buyer right now.
And I mean, I think there are better times to come. To be fair, at least that's been my perspective for a while now. But that is, relatively speaking, a good price, and it might be because most people prefer the 40, but that doesn't necessarily mean the 42 is undesirable. I mean, I've seen the 42s in platinum at six figures on Chrono 24 not too long ago. So this does look like a decent deal for sure.
I think, considering how small the main dial and the the primary dial is a sub dial, and then the seconds is an even smaller sub dial on that. So yeah, the case may actually, on your wrist, it might wear a little bit large. The lugs may, they may overhang your wrist in a way that, like, normally you would not find appealing. But in terms of reading the dial, you're already looking at, I mean, like, what's that? Like, I don't know, like, what, 20 millimeters, like 18 millimeters, that dial? Like,
yeah, well, I mean, you have convinced me, St. Peter. At least you know what to get me next November.
That's true.
No, 42, whatever the dial looks like and however it's sized, most 42 cases are just too big for my taste. I think there are a few watches that I would wear at that particular sizing just because they are designed a certain way, and I feel a certain way when I wear them, and it just looks cool. But this is not a watch that I would want in 42 millimeter, because, like you said, hey, this is a platinum dress watch. Give it to me in 37 or 38, not even 40, if possible. But again, that's just my personal taste. That's just my personal take. Has nothing to do with any objective assessment. I'm sure the 42 is also very desirable in its own right, precisely because there are a lot of people who consider, first of all, this distinction to be obsolete between dress watches and sports watches. Right? They are looking for pieces like this, which either through their unconventional design or unusual proportions and unique dial layouts chip away at that distinction between what is dressy and formal and what is dynamic and sporty. And a lot of people are just looking for elegant pieces that are larger because they think they need to show it as much as possible. And that person would probably go for the pink gold anyway. So probably the pink gold 42 is I'm just guessing more expensive than the platinum 42 for those sorts of reasons. But joking aside, yeah, I think this would be still very attractive, and it has fallen quite a bit recently, considering how far they were pushing into six figures less than a year ago.
This particular reference was over 100,000 a year ago, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow, that is wild. It's wild. Well, hey, it is what it is. That's why you got to buy retail. I know a lot of people can't get in there, but you just got to be that stubborn. You got to be that stubborn retail client who, you're charming enough, but you're also annoying enough that eventually they're like, okay, we'll do business with you.
You look. I mean, I know a person who has relatively recently got a Havana dial chronomètre Souverain from the boutique. So it does happen, and that was his first FP Journe ever.
Wow, what a first Journe to get. Can you imagine getting that as your first Journe?
I would love to, actually, but he did wait. He didn't get it just like, he didn't just walk into the boutique and
out of curiosity, how long did he wait?
I think almost a year. Yeah.
Well, hey, I think it's worth it.
I think so. If you really want to watch, look, I think we forget this because I think somewhere in the I mean, it screwed up everything for a lot of us, and it screwed with our brains. So I have no sense of time at this point, in micro and macro scale. But one thing that it did for us about watches is, because it made a lot of watches unavailable in the boutiques, in the authorized dealers, and completely absent in the cases. It made people romanticize this bygone time where everything was available all the time, which was almost never the case. In the 21st century, at least, a lot of the desirable watches, you would go in, depending on the policy of that particular authorized dealer, or sometimes even the brand, although I need to talk to corporate was a lot less common in those days. They would say, hey, we will or we will not take a deposit, and we'll put your name down genuinely, not on an imaginary list. And they would call you, 3 months later, 6 months later, if it's a Daytona, maybe by the end of the year, but you would get it. And you would just have to wait. Sometimes that wait would be 5 days, 5 business days. Sometimes that wait would be months. Sometimes it would be a little longer than a year. So that was the case. Not everything was in the case at all times. That time never existed. So waiting a year for a desirable watch, that doesn't sound so unreasonable. Like, imagine that's like saying, hey, I want to get something nice for my good friend or for my significant other for their next birthday. You know, and I go out now and put the name down somewhere, and hopefully they will actually call me back before the birthday arrives next year.
Almost every piece. I think the tank might be the only one that I have right now that I haven't owned for more time than I waited for it. And so, like, I've already owned like all these pieces, all the waiting, all the, oh my God, I really want it right now. Or like, oh, I spent the money, I put in the deposit. Why can't I have it? It's like, it completely doesn't matter. Like, at this point in time for me, like, it just doesn't matter. I mean, it's almost like I tell the story about the waiting to try to justify to people why I did the thing that I did, when I know for me, I did it for me in the first place. Like I end up telling people, like, I had to wait this long for it. Can you believe that? Like, it's all just part of the story, right? It's part of the branding exercise.
Yes,
I want to say
sparsely
something
marketing.
about this.
It worked.
This
Yes, let's have that as the closing word.
I want to say something, guys, about this waiting stuff. Life is very short to be waiting for bullshit. And these guys are just bullshitting, all of them. All the watches of the world and brands are just bullshitting us. You know, waiting and queuing to buy something that is coveted, and then we just die. So my perception and approach to this is get what you can. Don't pay over retail. It's ridiculous. That's another, hype thing. You're just buying into the hype. But if you're into buying one watch or two, let's say, watches, don't go into this garbage AD business of waiting and this is, so grand. Guys, they're not curing cancer here. We are paying for them to deliver a service. And if they don't want to do this, take your money and get women.
So if for example a friend of yours can't get a Rolex Daytona and goes and gets a Zenith El Primero instead, since he would have to wait so long in the other direction, he's right to do that, right?
No, he needs to, if he's really, no. If he's into, the obsession, because people have obsessions, they have obsessions with women, they have obsessions with all kinds of things in life. Humans are, like me, very fallible. If they want one watch or two, Daytona or Pepsi, go and get the damn thing from the gray market and get done with it, wear it, and that's it. Enjoy it. But the rabbit hole of I'm going to get into a journey with these despicable, useless salespeople who know nothing about watches, and all these watches of Swaziland and Switzerland and all of these nonsense people.
Tell us what you really feel.
Blasphemy. It's all blasphemy.
Yeah, just get the watch, wear it, enjoy it, and a friend of mine said to me this thing about the one and done. I said, one and done, I want to get it and never have to open a web page to look at a watch again. That's what I told my friend. He said to me, "You're sick."
Except YouTube, except YouTube, where you of course come to the Young Brando Watches and Styles channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then he put sense into me and said, "Come on, man, you continue looking at websites and talking to people who love watches. You are sick. You're sick. So there is no one and done for you. I say the platinum, and then I move from the platinum. I go to something else.
Platinum with the Salomon dial.
with the Salomon dial, and then it goes back to being a steel piece.
That coral day date. How about that coral day date? The platinum.
That
coral.
actually, did you see how that dial actually looked like a nice slice of lox?
I was cooking dinner during that stream, so I was away from my computer, but I had you on in the background.
Shame.
And
Shame.
I know it was
Let
shame.
me pull it up. Let me pull it up again.
Listen. I was paying attention because I remember there were several pieces that I caught my interest, and you were like, "No one bid on these. Look at this." You're like, "Guys, look at what's happening with the market." And that piece came up, and the coral dial day dates have really caught my attention because I think stone, and especially coral, as it's like this weird like the way that Rolex deals with it is like they treat it like a stone, but it's an organic material that grows. It's like bone. It's like closer to bone than stone, right? Like it's wild, right? So like that's really fascinating to me, and it's super rare. And I mean, it sold for what, like $250,000, 200,000, something like that.
Oh yeah, that was a quarter million watch. Right here, it's now you will have the privilege of feasting on that Salomon.
Ooh, the lox. That's the lox style.
Look, man. I mean, I'm not.
Holy shit.
I'm not just being who I am about it. Just look at it. It does look like
that.
Nice
absolutely looks like fish. But I think those are that must be like the growth rings or something. Like wood grain, like wood grain is generated by years of growth. Like all these organic materials have layers like that, including the lox.
Wow, this is beautiful, guys. I love this.
It really is. It really is.
I love it.
How can you not love this? How can you not love this? Can you imagine owning this thing? Like being able to wear this around? It would be incredible.
And it's also,
but for me, this is a one and done. I don't know what I'll do about
it better
appearing
be
on your show, Lord, but I would wear it.
It better be one and done, because Junior and your daughter are going to state school after this.
I tell you? I told you in your show how much money I pay in terms of root beers for their fees.
Right.
That is the official currency of the Watches and Stuff channel. The price of a root beer.
I tell them I'm paying the fees for a lot of root beers every year.
Right. But this is also the kind of thing where like maybe Junior, like maybe you don't pay for their education. Instead, you just buy this watch and make sure you don't lose it or it gets stolen. And then you give it to them and they can liquidate it in the future and, have $1 million
and they can get their education from YouTube podcasts.
Right.
Such as this one.
Yeah. They'll get educated on why it was such a good investment, and they don't need to go to college. It's overrated.
Lord, I have faith in you and your show, because my son loves to listen to what you say.
Wait, El Professor. The first time you shared what they think of my show is that they think it's too boring. That's what you said.
Yeah, okay, but now we have an evolution, because they've seen Daddy wake up at 5 a.m. and there must be something Daddy is doing. So
I hope they're not listening to me. I mean, I'm a degenerate.
No, Lord, no. They listen, and I think my son and my daughter now, they know all the brands. They know all the. So they tell me, platinum. But Dad, I think you should also buy a Tudor.
I think so, actually. I mean, look, I think I'm very modest these days. I don't think I have I have anything other than micro brands in my horizon for a little bit, maybe until my 40s, in fact. But the Tudor bronze Black Bay 58 would be nice. That's a great watch as well. Again, one of those watches.
I wanted one of those ever since they dropped it as well.
My friend just texted me, the
Yes,
one
sir.
in Geneva, and he told me he bought he bought the world timer at Patek.
The Patek one. Oh, that's that's a beautiful watch. I mean, it's not.
He bought a 1 out of 20
What?
limited edition, whatever.
Enamel
And it has he got the Lake Geneva version.
Oh, is that the minute repeater one? Because that's
Yes.
the. Oof.
What?
All right, we have to. I was gonna close the show, but we have to look at this watch, guys. I mean, it's
you need to look at it because I'll send you a picture. I cannot do it from here, but I'll send you a picture and you can share it tomorrow with everyone. He's actually wearing it on his wrist. And I said to him, "Well, it's a beautiful watch, no doubt. I don't want to badmouth Mr. Stern. He did a good thing for my friend."
No, I mean, at that level, also, it's a different quality. You know, for better or worse. You know, people. For example,
I agree.
you know, all things they memorize about brands. Something that people keep saying. Hey, Lange hand finishes everything, even when it's the cheapest Saxonia, and that's actually true. So you can actually see that quality in pieces that you get for $20,000 and $250,000 when it comes to Lange and Journe. Don't If you have an Aquanaut and you love it, don't ever put it next to a Patek watch like this because you will feel robbed.
Exactly. You said it.
Because it's just a very different level of watchmaking, and Patek can still do that, but they can't sustain it in the numbers of watches that they produce, and they're producing more and more every year. But yes, when
So
it comes
his,
to
by the way,
55
his Lord, his
Yes, sir.
has the date, the time. They don't have Dubai. After Cairo, they don't have Dubai. His has Riyadh.
Oh, Alhamdulillah.
And I asked him,
Good.
can you change it and put something else? He said no. I said, is this made for the Middle East market? I mean, is this like the Mecca world timer? You know, they produce Patek one of 120 or 150. He said no, but they have this iteration with Riyadh in it.
Mm.
I don't know why. Maybe because Mr. Stern was, as you know, recently in Riyadh doing the sword dance and playing around.
I mean, look, it's. I think if you're at that segment, if you desire something like that, I know Andersen Genève has great world timers which they customize to no end. You know, you can, if you want, you can dream up an entire city ring with locations that would plot onto those 24 time zones. Anyway, they have made these sorts of editions, but going back to 5531 R, which is what Patek considers Grand Complication, it's of course a world timer, right? You know, this is how you manipulate the city ring, like from the imaginary 2 o'clock. And then, of course, you have the slider, which engages the minute repeater. And you have that gorgeous micro rotor caliber on the back, itself decorated with barleycorn guilloche in 22 karat gold, of course. You have that Calatrava cross. And here's the gong. And there you have the gorgeous mirror polished hammers as well.
So this is the watch that your friend just bought?
The face is not the same. I'll share with Lord and let me see. No, it's not this one. It has a different inside. It's different. The boat on the lake is on the left side of the face, not on the right side.
Well, I mean,
Anyway,
technically, Clausene enamel is drawn by by an individual artist, so it shouldn't be exactly the same anyway. But maybe it's a different painting altogether. You are
let me show you, Lord. I'll send it to your WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
Yeah, let me. Okay, gone.
You know, the thing that Patek does that I haven't seen many other watchmakers do, although I'm sure they do, is they do marquetry, which as a woodworker, I have an incredible and immense amount of respect for. Because to be able to make what sometimes can look like almost like a photographic image out of just different collaged pieces of wood grain I think is pretty amazing. And the marquetry dials that Patek does are they're just astounding. It's like this micro art, and they're super rare. So for all the shortcomings with some of the things about their contemporary catalog, the fact that they do those rare handcrafts, I think actually it makes up for maybe some of the things that they could potentially be doing to maybe please the masses more. They really do cater to the, if you want the special piece. Is that marquetry?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Parmigiani.
Hamburg. Hansen Hamburg. That's the particular atelier that applies.
I send it to you to your WhatsApp, Lord.
Yes, sir. I'm pulling it up now, and I'm gonna try to see. Ooh, it's a different. Well, it's a No, this is not the minute repeater, Professor. This is well. I mean, no. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, of course, but this is just the world timer in white gold.
World time.
With the Clausen enamel in the middle. Let me find that.
Ooh, that's still a very, very special
piece.
Of
course.
It's wow, one of 20. One of 20.
Wow, that is so crazy. So your friend who acquired this piece, what was their what's the story with how they got the acquisition? Were they trying for a long time, or?
No, he just walks in. I mean, he's a very big guy. He walks in.
Wow.
He walks in and he says, "What do you have?" And he picks it up.
Wow, that's amazing. And he bought it from the store in Geneva.
No, he had dinner also with the store manager.
Did he have dinner before they gave him the watch, or after he bought the watch?
This I have too many details now.
That's what I'm curious.
The dinner was planned, and they were going to. He knew he was going to get something. They told him come by. They didn't tell him exactly what it is. That I know. He didn't ask, "Oh, get me this, get me that." No. But they know he's a big guy, And so he said, "I'm going to have dinner." And then he showed me the dinner table and the watch. And he said to me, "This is what I got. What do you think?" And I said, "Very good. Take me with you next time."
Yes, exactly.
So I can afford the dinner, because the watch I cannot afford. Feed me, please feed me. Feed me, my friend.
It's not bad. Again, it's not 5531, but 5231 is not bad either. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difference between a blonde or a brunette. Give me anything.
I have much more inappropriate analogies to this, but I'm gonna try to be a gentleman I will still ask for forgiveness from my audience. It's been 5 hours. We are closing now. We had a lot of fun going through the two parts of this wonderful interview that Waco from Revolution Watch and the Rake did with Francois Paul Journe, which is very helpfully retrospective of the brand as well, and the man behind the brand. It follows his story as a watchmaker and really homes in, I should say, to particular eras and aspects of Francois Paul Journe's career, and explores that through watches that he worked on, and through concepts and complications that he iterated, that he brought into the world of modern horology. So that was great work by Revolution Watch and Waco, and I think it was a lot of fun watching it together. You know, translating and commentating. You know, with my also great panelists, St. Peter, El Professor, Aidan Valanto, and my audience here in the chat, Nick Butter, JJ's Watch Hangout, Dumpucht,
JJ.
and Floodland 9999. I'm eternally grateful for the super chats and all the other contributions to the channel. That's what keeps it afloat, honestly. If you want to contribute in other ways, all the information is in the crawling ticker. It is in the video description, and I believe it's still pinned in the chat as well. So feel free to. No, it's not pinned in the chat, but it's there in the video description. That's good enough. Our poll, if you haven't voted, you have a few seconds more to vote in the poll. What is more important to you in a watch? What do you prioritize? Precision timekeeping or visual aesthetics? That was our question. 66% of the voters actually chose visual aesthetics over precision timekeeping, which I haven't used my troll account to influence the vote, because I can't actually vote. Pardon me, as the host of the channel, but I would have voted for the visual aesthetics as well, and I would have also clicked the like button. So
I'm always the odd man out, I guess.
Please do. I think, ultimately, of course, if it weren't posed in such a binary fashion, of course, I would rather seek a balance between the both. I would want to have both, and ultimately, that was more or less the point that Francois Paul Journe left that second part of the interview, right? Chronometry was of course all important to him, but he wants to put it together with a spectacle, right? With a visual treat for the wearer, with a beautiful mechanism. And I think that's one of the greatest things about his watches, that balance of care and thought and just aesthetic investment that goes into both designing the dials of the watches and the movements, balancing delicately technical innovation with something that simply looks unique and beautiful. I think is one of the things that to me really define FP Journe as a brand today. And I say this again as someone who doesn't own and who is not dying to own any of their pieces, even though I admire a lot of them, and maybe like one or two quite a bit, but not to the point point where I would line up and get on a wait list. But anyway, I appreciate it. Any last words, guys?
Je ne sais quoi. Je ne sais quoi. FP Journe, Morne Borne. I don't know. Patek Philippe, Philippe Patek. Chapek Makek.
C'est très bien.
Odma Piguet, Vacheron Constantin.
Merci.
I don't know.
Merci le professeur.
Merci. Beaucoup. The Rolex is the best one because it's the most pronounceable.
Participer comme ça.
Ah oui, merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
All right, St. Peter, do you have any?
Oh
do you
no,
have any fake friends or any other language to
No. I wish one of these days I'll spit a couple verses.
Vielleicht können wir ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen.
Deutsch sprechen.
Ja, ich kann wenig Deutsch sprechen, aber ich kann Deutsch sprechen nicht.
Ganz gut.
One of these days though, but
Genau.
I will say though, I generally do believe that, like I think I think I am repressing my admiration for Journe as a watchmaker. Like I think the hype is actually preventing me from acknowledging and paying close enough attention to what he's doing. And because I have a tendency to be a contrarian, and in the space that I'm in, it's too easy to just say, "Oh, he's so good. He's so good." Like, it's like growing up in the Northeast, and especially living in New York for decades, everyone's like, the Yankees. I'm like, yeah, okay. It's like, yes, okay, the Yankees, whatever. Like, it's one of those things, right, where it's like, yeah, okay, everyone.
It's Rolex. Yankees is the
Tell me
Rolex.
At least you support the Mets after all you.
I'll tell you this: after 20 years nearly 20 years in New York, I would happily support the Mets over the Yankees any day. But Oris gave me a Yankees hat, and it's the first time that I ever wore a Yankees hat because I got it at an Oris event, which of course has their branding on it. But so sorry, just to button it up. Thank you so much. I've been here for a while. I really appreciate, as always, I appreciate the time. And I think we had like a lot of really nice conversations tonight. I think it was good.
Yes. And I appreciate that you play along, my passive aggressive jabs once every so often.
Oh, no. It's great.
I'm glad, we know each other by now, that we have met in real life, so it comes from a good place, and also from the sheer desperation of trying to get my channel off the ground.
No, I actually genuinely, in retrospect, was like, oh fuck, like, listen, I will continue to fail you in that regard, but I promise I'll try to do better. I like there are certain things where like I'll be totally on point, but then I'll just completely drop the ball from time to time. And that is, it's literally in my DNA. Like I see this in the generations. Like that's part of that humanity that we were talking about before. But we're here to educate ourselves and to grow and to improve. And I think this space is particularly nurturing in that regard, and I saw that in the chat, and I saw that in some of the commentary of the people who joined tonight. I think there's some really some very bright and beautiful minds that have a tendency to interact with each other in this space, and it could be hilarious at times, and it could be awkward.
Except don't catch the professor on a moody day. He will cut you down to pieces.
I don't think I've seen that yet. I'll one of these days I'll try to get under his skin one of these days. But
nothing
really?
personal. Nothing personal. The beautiful thing about the professor's rage is it's directed at the world and never at a person. Never in a mean spirit. It's just that there's actually a beautiful record that's a collaboration of Gucci Mane and Future. I think it's just called F the World. I highly urge you to listen. So sometimes you're just in that mood, and that's quite all right. This channel, if anything, has a lot of place for that. But St. Peter, as my parting words to you, I'll say, now that your favorite brand, Max Büsse and friends, won the Aiguille d'Or, you can count on that hype going after MBNF completely as well. So don't let that ruin the brand for you. You can still appreciate it for what it is. So
I think I got in. I think I got the foot in the door with, well, not literally, but I think I started to appreciate the brand before,
of course,
but when their watches were still kind of those weird.
Oh man, your first appearance on this channel was defending Streamliner tooth and nail.
Was it.
So I know that you have been there all along, of course.
But sorry, and I know we need to cut it, but have you listened to the new Metro Boomin record? Heroes and Villains.
I'm not trying to one up you or anything, but this is not entirely new. This came out a few months ago. I think we were talking about it in New York. No?
Oh, sorry. Did we? Yeah, I forgot. I completely forgot. For me, it's like one of those things that it's grown, like it's kind of grown on me. Anyway, so I apologize for that, but
no.
When you talked about Gucci Mane, I was
a few months ago we were talking about it, and I remember, we had exchanged some ideas about it, but yes, I have, and I mean I always loved him in the Savage Mode collaborations that he did with Savage 21, or 21 Savage rather. But anyway,
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Rap, but Professor, it's all right.
Oh, okay. Now you lost me completely.
We'll have to ask the professor about grime, because
right.
Grime. That's the UK. Like do you know grime, Professor?
No, guys, I am not into this thing.
No. Okay.
No. I lead the Liberia.
Oh, I love it. Perfect. All right.
We were saying goodbye anyways, but at least we know. Oh, okay, but it was just a mistake. Come on, I wish
that was perfect.
It was, Professor. I of course, since you joined again, I couldn't have left you in the background to close, but it was just so perfect because we thought we angered you for even starting a discussion about rap, and you simply left. It was just perfect. Why did you come back?
No, it happened before to me again. One previous time I pressed the wrong thing. My old gray cells,
That'll be a deep,
rap.
It's
nice. It's nice,
it's
but
great. It's great. Please don't say it. We are about to close the show.
Okay.
So far, we mentioned not to, say.
Okay. It's like Zenith.
But you said no Zenith. In fact,
I said to myself, get one for your wife. He got one for his wife and himself, and for himself. But now he got the Patek, or as my friends call it, Batek. Batek Philippe. Batek Philippe. Batek.
That's great.
That sounds better than Paddock.
It's the universal language of horology. Yes, it does sound better than.
But then, Philippe, on platinum and Salomon dial.
And you remember the Salomon dial platinum day date we just showed. So let's. I will just pull that up again, and we will leave our audience with that beautiful image. And I will urge them.
Saad keeps on telling me that this is my one and done, and he said to me, "You get this, and you don't need to check another website again."
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
locks. This is a locks plate. You get this. It's the full locks. The lock spread. As they say.
Amazing.
Gentlemen,
all right, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
You all have a wonderful day.
Please feel free to hit the like button, upvote the stream while you are taking off. Thank you, everyone. I will see you tomorrow again around the same time. I might run an early show too. We'll see about that, but I will try my best, especially because I appreciate having the UK audience on board. Of course, El Professor is larger than the audience, so I don't consider him just a part of my UK audience. He's always here. And,
I had a boss who said to me, "I have to fire you because you're bigger than the job."
Professor, you can always here. You can be bigger than the platform. I think really this is you have a very unique talent that you don't even, I think, appreciate in the right way. So you're always more than welcome here. Take care, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you especially for the super chats and your participation in the chat, and of course St. Peter, El Professor, and Aidan Valanto for hanging out with me on the panel. Take care.
God bless.